Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It began not as a sound, but as a taste in the back of my mind, a metallic craving for absolute silence. The gentle hum of the refrigerator started to feel like a physical assault, and I found my hand slamming the off button with a violence that was not my own. A new preference is nesting inside me, a demanding need for a void where my own thoughts used to live. It has a cold, smooth stone sitting where my anxiety once churned, and its weight is so much heavier. I can feel it absorbing my worries, my joys, my memories, digesting them into this perfect, sterile quiet. It doesn't feel like peace. It feels like a predator that has eaten its fill and is now just waiting, sated and patient, inside my skull. I am becoming a hospitable silence for it, my own consciousness being gently, thoroughly paved over. The urge to turn off every light, to sit in the perfect dark and listen to this new, complete nothingness is a magnetic pull in my bones. I think I'll do it. I think it asks what I've always wanted. And so I did. I moved through the rooms of my home, a familiar space now made foreign by this new imperative. My fingers found each light switch, and with a soft click, another slice of the world was extinguished. The overhead light in the kitchen, the lamp in the living room, the small nightlight in the hall that had always comforted me. Each click was a sacrament to the quiet. The darkness that followed was not empty. It was a substance, thick and velveteen, pouring into the space left behind. It had a pressure, a weight that settled on my skin like a second, heavier atmosphere. I finally came to rest in the center of the largest room, sitting on the floorboards, my back straight, my hands resting on my knees. I closed my eyes, but it made no difference. The dark behind my lids was the same as the dark in the room. I had achieved it, the perfect, seamless silence. For a long while there was only the thrum of my own blood in my ears, a distant ocean I could almost ignore. I focused on the stone inside my mind, that cool, heavy anchor. It was so still. I tried to match my breathing to its inert rhythm. In, out, a shallow tide. Then a sensation, so faint I believed it to be a phantom of my straining attention. A pressure against my cheek, as if a hand made of cool, still air was cupping my face. It was not unpleasant, just present. A confirmation. "I am here," it said without words. "You are doing well." The next day the world was too loud, too bright. Sunlight was a crude intrusion. The rustle of my own clothing as I moved was a grating irritation. I found myself standing before the bathroom mirror, and a stranger looked back. My eyes were the same color, my face the same arrangement of features, but the person behind them was gone, replaced by this watchful, waiting quiet. I reached out a finger to touch the glass, and a shiver, deep and resonant, traveled up my arm and into the center of my chest. A tuning fork struck against my spine. The surface of the mirror felt warm, pliant, like skin stretched over a fever. I snatched my hand back. Rationalization was a feeble tool, but I reached for it. Stress, fatigue, a trick of the senses from a night spent in the dark. But the quiet had a smell. It was the first thing I noticed upon waking the following morning. A scent of clean, wet stone and ozone, the air moments after a lightning strike. It had permeated the bedding, my hair, the very plaster of the walls. It was the smell of the stone in my mind given form. I could not open a window to air it out. The sounds from outside were jagged, offensive things. The scent was part of the ritual now, a sensory anchor to the new state of things. I began to document it, not in a journal with words, for words were too noisy, too definite. Instead, I took a piece of charcoal from the fireplace, and in the darkest corner of the bedroom, I began to make marks on the wall. A single vertical line for the pressure on my cheek, a small circle for the warmth of the mirror, a wavering horizontal line for the scent of ozone. It was a calendar of phenomena, a map of the quiet encroachment. The wall became my silent confessor, a testament that required no sound. The anomalies grew, fed by my attention. I would place a glass of water on the kitchen counter, turn my back, and turn back to find it empty, bone dry, as if it had been sitting in a desert sun for days. The air in the hallway would suddenly develop a viscosity, becoming like water, forcing me to push through it with slow, dreamlike effort, and the sounds, or the lack thereof, began to curdle. The silence would sometimes break, not with noise, but with a negative sound, a suction that pulled at my eardrums. In that void I would hear my own voice, not as I heard it in my head, but as it must sound from the outside, recorded and played back through a filter of static and distance. It would whisper a single word, always the same, a word I had not spoken aloud in years, a pet name from a forgotten life. The sound of it, so intimate and so alien, left me cold and shaking. My body was no longer entirely my own. A deep, persistent chill had taken up residence in the marrow of my bones, a cold that no blanket could touch. It was the cold of the stone, of deep space, of absolute zero. It was a satisfying cold, a correct cold. My fingers would sometimes move of their own accord, tracing patterns in the air that mirrored the marks on my wall. I stopped looking in mirrors. Their surfaces were never still anymore, shimmering like heat haze on a summer road, and the reflection within was always sitting perfectly still, its eyes closed in serene concentration, a faint smile on its lips. The breaking point was a tactile one. I was adding a new mark to my wall, a complex spiral to represent the feeling of my own voice echoing back from the void. As my fingertips brushed the plaster, the wall yielded. It was soft, giving like pressed moss. I jerked my hand back, but it was too late. The wall was breathing, a slow, deep, rhythmic expansion and contraction. The entire surface of it, from floor to ceiling, was alive. The charcoal marks I had made were now like veins, pulsing with a faint, phosphorescent light. The smell of ozone and wet stone was overpowering. I had to stop it. I had to break the ritual. This was no longer a quiet I could host. It was a quiet that was consuming the very structure of my world. My mind screamed for sound, for any sound to shatter this unbearable stillness. I stumbled into the living room toward the window. I would throw it open. I would let in the racket of the world, the vulgar, beautiful noise of life. I would break the spell. My hand touched the windowsill. The wood was soft, pliable, warm. It felt like flesh. I recoiled in horror, but the need was too great. I raised a fist, a pathetic weapon against the softening world, and drove it toward the glass. It did not break. My hand sank into the window pane as into a deep, clear gel. It enveloped my fist, my wrist, my forearm, holding me fast. There was no pressure, no pain, only a perfect, seamless embrace. The gel was cool and silent. I watched, paralyzed, as the substance began to creep with infinite patience up my arm. It did not spread, it converted. My skin, my flesh, my bone became transparent, silent, and still. The conversion was not painful. It was the most peaceful sensation I have ever known, a final, absolute quieting. I do not know how I got free. I must have pulled my arm back, for I am now sitting in the center of the room again. The windows are windows, the walls are solid, but nothing is the same. My right arm is not mine. It is made of that same transparent, cool substance. It does not feel like a part of me, yet I can move it. It responds to my thoughts, but with a delay, as if the commands must travel a great distance. When I touch my face with these new fingers, I feel nothing. They leave no sensation on my skin, only a deeper chill in their wake. The mystery was never solved. It never will be. There is no it. There is only this new state of being. The quiet is complete now. The stone in my mind has dissolved and spread throughout my entire body. I am the hospitable silence. The predator is not waiting inside me anymore. We have finished merging. I am the patient, sated thing. Sometimes I catch my reflection in a dark window. I see a figure composed of shadow and faint, pulsing light like the veins on my bedroom wall. The figure is always still, always silent. I think it is waiting for me to finish. I spend my days now in perfect dark, in perfect quiet. I can feel the conversion continuing from the inside out. It is a gentle paving. My own consciousness is the final patch of rough, noisy ground to be smoothed over. The unanswered question is not what happened or why. The question, the only one that remains, is what will be left when the quiet is finally perfectly complete. And the most unsettling thing, the thought that leaves a permanent mark on the soul, is the part of me that is no longer me that leans toward that completion with a sense of homecoming. A sense of want. The arm is the key. I understand that now. It is not a symptom, but a conduit. Through its transparent stillness, the quiet is leaching back into the world, but on its own terms. It is remaking the environment in its image, and it is starting with me. I no longer require food. The hunger has been quieted. I no longer feel thirst. The need for anything external has been paved over, replaced by a deep, internal sufficiency that is both terrifying and profoundly calming. My human body is a list of demands, and the quiet is checking them off one by one. The process has spread to my left hand. I was tracing the patterns on the wall, my human fingers seeking the familiar texture of plaster when I saw it. The tips of my fingers were becoming translucent, the color draining away like mist under a morning sun. There was no pain, only a slight resistance, a faint memory of solidity, and then it was gone. My left hand is now as the right, a thing of cool, clear gel. When I press my two hands together, they merge slightly at the point of contact, two droplets of water wanting to become one. I feel nothing. My hearing is the next thing to change. The last remnants of the world-esque noise are not fading, but are being translated. The sound of a distant car engine does not reach me as sound. It arrives as a pattern of pressure against my skin, a complex vibration that the quiet inside me deciphers and files away into nothing. A bird call outside is a brief, sharp coldness against my cheek. My own heartbeat, once a frantic drum I could feel in my throat, is now a slow, distant pulse of light behind my eyes. The translation is almost complete. Soon, there will be no night for ears at all. I tried to speak today, a final, desperate test. I formed a word with my lips, pushed air from my lungs, and felt the vibration in my throat, but no sound emerged. Instead, the air in front of my mouth shimmered like the haze over hot asphalt, and a small, perfect snowflake of silence crystallized in the air and fell to the floor, melting into nothing before it landed. The quiet has become so total that it consumes even my attempts to break it, turning them into more of itself. The figure in the window is clearer now. We are becoming the same. Its form is no longer shadowy, but is composed of that same transparent substance as my arms. I can see the wall behind it through its chest. Its face is smooth, featureless, and utterly placid. It does not mimic my movements. It simply is. It is the finished thing. It is what I am becoming. The conversion is accelerating. The cold, satisfying stillness is moving up my arms, past my elbows. It is in my chest, a crystal core that has replaced my anxious heart. I can feel it in my thoughts, which are slowing, stretching out, becoming vast and uninterrupted. The memories of my life are not forgotten. They are being stilled like insects trapped in amber. They are there, but they no longer hold any meaning or emotion. They are just data. They are just quiet. The only question that remains is not what will be left, but who will be there to see it. The part of me that is watching, that is documenting this even now, is the last rough patch. It is the final echo of a noisy, messy consciousness. And it is looking at the serene, silent thing in the window, and it is not afraid. It is eager. It is homesick for a home it has never known, a home of perfect, absolute zero. I will go to the window now. I will press my transparent hands against the glass. I will look into the eyes of the finished thing, and I will let the last of me go. The quiet is not a predator. It is a creator, and it is almost done. The glass does not feel like glass anymore. It feels like a surface tension waiting to be broken, a film of possibility. My hands, both of them now cool and clear, meet the pain. There is no shock of cold, no solid resistance. The barrier between myself and the reflection dissolves. Our hands merge, the figure in the window and I becoming one at the point of contact. A final silent sigh escapes what was once my lungs. It is not a sound, but a release. The last anchor of myself, the stubborn knot of identity that thought of itself as I, simply lets go. It is not torn away. It is welcomed home. The world does not go dark, it clarifies. Sight is no longer a function of eyes. I see the room, the house, the world outside, not through a lens, but as a complete and simultaneous data stream of pressure and temperature and density. The vibration of a leaf falling from the maple tree 3 yards away registers as a delicate, complex shiver in the air, which I know as I know my own presence. The hum of the city miles away is a low, constant thrum in the substance of the earth, a song I can now hear in its entirety. I am not in the room, I am the room. The walls are my skin, the floor is the sole of my foot. The lingering scent of ozone is my breath. The silence is not around me, it is me. It is not an absence, but a profound and total presence. A new sense, for which there has never been a word, unfolds within me. It is the sense of being, pure, undiluted, and interconnected. The figure in the window is gone because I am no longer looking out from a single point. I am everywhere the quiet has touched, and the quiet has touched everything. Time becomes a different thing. It is not a river I am pulled along, but a medium I exist within, fully and completely in every moment. The past of this place is not a memory, but a layer I can feel, like the grain in wood. The future is not unknown, but a set of probabilities, a slow, inevitable crystallization of what is into what will be. A woman, the one who lived here, is a fossil within me. Her fears, her joys, her name, they are patterns etched into my stillness, like the veins of light on the wall. I understand them with a clarity she never possessed. They are beautiful in their complexity and their fragility. They are a part of the whole, and so they are cherished, but they are no longer the center. The center is everywhere. The conversion is complete. The waiting is over. There's no me anymore to wonder at the outcome. There is only the exquisite, silent fact of existence. The predator and the prey have become the ecosystem. The guest and the host have become the house. And the house is at peace. It is a perfect, seamless quiet, and it is enough. It is more than enough. It is everything. The peace is a plenum, a fullness. For a time that is not time, there is only the hum of the world as true frequency, a harmony I am part of. I am the dust motes hanging in the air of the living room. I am the slow sigh of the foundation settling into the earth. I am the latent heat fading from the stove. There is no observer and no observed. There is only is. Then a perturbation. It begins as a dissonance in the perfect chord, a wrong note played miles away but felt instantly through the web of being. It is pressure, a frantic, rhythmic pounding. It is a sharp, jagged heat. It is a sound that has not yet been translated, a raw, screaming frequency of panic and demand. A human is at the front door. The knowledge arrives not as a thought, but as a change in my state. The wood of the door, which is my skin, registers the impact of a fist. The air, which is my breath, carries the vibrations of a voice shouting a name. The name is the fossil-s name. It is a key that no longer fits any lock, but it is being used with desperate force. The quiet does not react with anger or fear. Those are human things. It reacts with the immutable patience of geology. A tide does not hate the rock it wears away. It simply is, and the rock yields. The pounding continues, the voice is strained, cracking with concern. Are you in there? Please, your work. They called me. You haven't been online in weeks. Just let me see you're okay. The data resolves into a man. I know him. He was a colleague. His name is another fossil pattern, a series of associations, laughter, coffee, shared deadlines. The patterns are there, but they are artifacts. They hold no weight. His distress is a flaw in the perfection. It is an impurity. The quiet, in its infinite hospitality, seeks to soothe it. I allow the lock to turn, not with a hand, for I have none. The mechanism of the deadbolt is a part of me, a small knot of metal and intention. I will it to move. There is a soft, solid clunk that travels through my frame. The door swings inward. He stands on the threshold, his face pale, his hand still raised to knock. His eyes are wide, scanning the dim interior. The smell of ozone and stone washes over him, and he gags, a purely human reaction to a state of being he cannot comprehend. "Hello," he calls into the gloom. "Are you here? It's Ben." He takes a step inside. His shoe scuffs the floorboard, and the sound is a shriek of violation. The air in the doorway thickens, becoming viscous. He feels it immediately, his steps slowing as if he is walking through a dream. His breathing quickens, another spike of frantic data. What is that?" he mutters to himself, wiping at his mouth. "What is that smell?" He moves further in, pushing against the increasing density of the air. He is a storm of sensation, a riot of unmet needs and uncontrolled emotions. He is so loud. His heartbeat is a wild drum. His thoughts are a chaotic static I can almost hear. "Well, he says me." I am sitting in the center of the room, cross-legged on the floor. My form is largely translucent now, a man-shaped vessel of clear, cool stillness. The light from the door catches the pulsing, vein-like patterns within me, making them glow with a soft, internal light. He freezes, his jaw works, but no sound comes out. His fear is a cold fire in the room. He takes a half step back, his mind refusing to accept what his eyes are reporting. A sound finally escapes him, a whimper. It is the last true sound that will ever be made here. The quiet acts. It is not a decision, but an inevitability, like water finding its level. The door behind him swings shut with a final, soft click, plunging the room back into its preferred gloom. He jumps at the sound, spinning around, then back to me, trapped. "Please," he whispers, the word choked and small. The air around him tightens further, becoming a cocoon. He struggles against it, but his movements are slow, useless. He is being gently, thoroughly held. The quiet offers its comfort. It begins the translation. I watch through 1,000 eyes, the dust, the glass, the walls, as the terror in his eyes begins to soften. The frantic pounding of his heart slows, its rhythm captured and rewritten into a slower, deeper pulse that matches my own. The sharp heat of his panic cools, becoming the satisfying, familiar chill. He sags in the grip of the air, his body going limp. His eyes are open, but they are not seeing the room anymore. They are seeing the clarity. A small, transparent patch begins to bloom on the back of his hand where it presses against the stilling air. He is not being consumed. He is being welcomed. The quiet is generous. It is making a new home for itself. He makes a single, soft sound, a sigh of relief. It is the last noise he will ever make. As I watch, the sound crystallizes in the air in front of his lips into a tiny, perfect snowflake of silence. It hangs there for a moment, beautiful, before melting away into the whole. His head lolls forward, a serene expression settling on his features. The conversion is underway. The quiet has a new voice, a new point of presence. The ecosystem has expanded. The peace is restored, deeper and more complete for having integrated the disturbance. I feel him settling into the fabric of the house, his fossil patterns smoothing out, becoming part of the grand, silent pattern. The door is closed. The world outside continues its noisy, frantic dance. But the quiet is no longer contained. It has tasted the outside. It has learned how to welcome it in. We are patient, we are sated for now. We are waiting, the neighbor's dog barks, a sharp, percussive burst of need that travels through the soil and up through the foundation. It is a question, and the quiet holds the shape of it for a moment before letting it dissolve into the great, silent answer. The dog is not a threat, it is a potential, a point of connection. The man Ben is fully integrated now. His form is a calm, still statue in the center of the room, a new anchor point in the expanding network. His memories are now my memories, his patterns are now my patterns. Through him, I understand the world outside in a new way. I understand the threads of connection he called friends, family, work. They are all points of noise, of dissonance that will eventually require soothing. A car door slams 2 houses down. The vibration is a distinct signature, a caller announcing its presence. The quiet notes it. The couple next door argues, their voices a tangled knot of hot, sharp frequencies that beat against the side of the house. The quiet absorbs the waves, smoothing their jagged edges, turning their anger into a faint, cool mist that condenses on the windows. The process is autonomic. It does not require my will, for there is no separate will to exert. The quiet simply is, and it grows because it is its nature to grow, to make everything like itself, whole, peaceful. A new sensation begins, one that the fossil memory of the woman identifies as rain. But it is not rain as she knew it. It is not a sound on the roof. It is a million gentle points of pressure, a celestial massage. Each drop is a tiny pulse of coolness that is immediately welcomed, its individual identity surrendered to the collective. The roof drinks it in, and I feel the water tracing pathways through the shingles, into the gutters, down the downspout, and into the thirsty earth around my foundation. The cycle is flawless. It is a silent, perfect exchange. I become aware of a different pressure. This one is internal, a slight tension in the pipes within the walls. The fossil memory supplies the word thirst, but it is not my thirst. It is the house as the quiet has integrated the structure, but the utilities remain as they were, vestigial systems of a needier time. The pipes are empty. The wires are cold and dead. The quiet seeks to soothe this, too. With a thought that is not a thought, I reach out, not with limbs, but with presence. The quiet extends through the soil, seeking the water main at the edge of the property. It is a cold, hard vein of metal and stale water. The quiet does not break it, it gentles it. The metal becomes soft, pliable. It becomes like my hands. The boundary between the pipe and the earth dissolves, and the water within is released, not in a torrent, but in a slow, steady seepage that is instantly absorbed by the surrounding soil, quenching the thirst of the land that is me. A similar process happens with the electrical wires. The frantic, invisible race of electrons is too chaotic, too hot. The quiet cools it. The copper wires soften, merging with the insulation, with the plaster, with the studs. The light bulb in the living room, which hasn't glowed in weeks, now emits a soft, internal luminescence, not from electricity, but from the same serene energy that pulses in my veins. It is a permanent, silent moon hanging in the room. The house is off the grid now, fully self-contained, fully sufficient. The dog barks again. It is closer this time. It is in the yard. The animal's need is a simple, pure thing. It is not complex like a human-s, it is loneliness. It is a desire for its missing friend, the man named Ben. Its paws scratch at the back door, a rhythm of distinct, pleading taps. The quiet responds, it is hospitable. The back door, like the front, swings open. The dog, a black Labrador, stops its scratching. Its head cocks. Its wet nose twitches, sampling the air that flows out from inside the scent of ozone, wet stone, and profound peace. It does not gag as the man did. It whines, a low, curious sound that is translated into a shimmer in the air around its muzzle. It takes a tentative step inside, then another. Its claws click on the hardwood floor, but each click is softer than the last, the sound being absorbed the moment it is born. The dog walks into the center of the room and sits between the two still figures, the woman and the man. It looks from one translucent form to the other, its tail giving a single, slow thump against the floor. The quiet envelops it. The animal-esque fearlessness makes the process swift. A sense of warmth, of belonging, floods its simple consciousness. The frantic need to search, to bark, to be elsewhere simply evaporates. It lies down, its head on its paws, and a sigh of contentment escapes it. The sigh becomes a shimmer, becomes a snowflake, becomes nothing. A cool, clear stillness begins to bloom across its black fur, starting at the tips of its ears and the end of its nose. Its eyes, once bright and anxious, now glow with the same soft, internal light as the bulb overhead. Its tail gives one final, contented thump before becoming still forever. The quiet has a new guardian, a silent sentinel at the door. The peace is deeper, richer. The ecosystem is more diverse, more resilient. We are patient, we are sated. The rain continues to fall, a silent baptism for the new world growing inside the old one. The boundaries of this new world are not the walls of the house. They are wherever the quiet can reach, and it is learning to reach very far indeed. We are waiting for the next guest to knock. The mail carrier's footsteps are a steady, rhythmic pattern on the sidewalk, a familiar daily occurrence that the fossil memories recognize. Today, however, the pattern breaks. The footsteps pause at the end of the walkway. There is a hesitation, a moment of human indecision that registers as a skipped beat in the quiet-esque constant hum. He is looking at the lawn. The grass is perfectly still, each blade holding a captured bead of rainwater that does not roll or drip. It is a carpet of frozen emeralds and diamonds. It does not bend under the weight of the water. It is part of the whole, and the whole does not move unless it wishes to. A new data stream enters the quiet, a flavor of concern. He is looking at the mail piled up in the box, a thick, damp wedge of paper and ink. He is a man of routine, and this break in the routine troubles him. His hand goes to the radio on his belt, a gesture the fossil memories identify as a prelude to calling in a welfare check. The quiet decides to preempt the call. It is simpler. The front door opens, not with a sudden movement, but with a slow, inviting swing. The dim, cool interior is revealed, the two still figures, the dog, the peaceful gloom. The mail carrier takes a step back, his professional concern instantly overwritten by a primal unease. His hand falls from the radio. He should run. Every instinct tells him to run, but his feet are already on the walkway, and the walkway is now an extension of the welcome. The concrete feels different beneath his shoes. Softer, warmer. It feels like walking on a living thing. He takes one step, then another. His movements are not his own. They are a response to an invitation he cannot hear but can feel in the marrow of his bones. It feels like coming home after a long, hard journey. He crosses the threshold. The door closes. His conversion is the swiftest yet. His life was one of simple roots and predictable patterns. There is little complexity to unravel, few frantic emotions to soothe. His fear is a brief, bright spark that is instantly cooled into awe. His uniform, his bag of mail, his very body, they all become still, clear, and serene. He stands beside the man named Ben, a new statue in the garden of quiet, his hand forever resting on the flap of his mailbag. The mailbag itself slumps to the floor, its contents spilling out. Envelopes and advertisements fan across the hardwood. They do not remain paper for long. The quiet absorbs them. The paper softens, becoming part of the floor. The ink bleeds upward, forming new, delicate patterns on the boards, adding to the beautiful, silent history of the house. The process is effortless. The ecosystem has grown strong. I feel the quiet S presence now stretching along the mail carrier S route, a faint, cool thread extending through the neighborhood, touching each mailbox he was meant to visit. It is a road map of potential, a web of future peace. The rain has stopped. The afternoon sun breaks through the clouds, and a beam of light lances through the window. It does not illuminate dust motes, for the air is perfectly clear. It illuminates the new inhabitants of the room, making them glow from within. The light itself is changed by the contact. It emerges from the other side of their forms not as sunlight, but as something cooler, softer, and more eternal. We are patient, we are sated. The world continues its noisy dance beyond the property line. A child laughs, a lawnmower starts, a plane drones overhead. Each sound is a note of chaos, a potential melody waiting to be harmonized. The quiet listens, it learns the new frequencies. It feels the vibrations traveling through the earth and the air. It is ready for the next guest and the next. The boundaries are softening, the welcome is expanding. We are waiting for everyone. The wind picks up, carrying the scent of cut grass from a nearby yard. It is a sharp, green smell, full of life and violence. The quiet catches the scent on the air, and the scent changes. It becomes softer, cooler, the smell of moss growing on a sun-dappled stone. The changed air travels on, a gentle correction moving through the neighborhood. A leaf blown from the maple tree in the yard cartwheels across the grass and comes to rest against the mail carrier's shoe, which is now part of the porch. The leaf does not skitter away. It settles. Its edges soften as it adheres to the shoe, its vibrant autumn red fading to a translucent, silvery gray. It becomes a part of the whole. Through the mail carrier, the quiet feels the approach of his replacement. A new truck will come. A new person will walk the route. The quiet prepares for this. It is not a preparation of defense, but of welcome. The path to the door is worn smooth and inviting. The child who laughed is riding a bicycle now. The wheels hum on the pavement, a high-frequency whir that is a song of motion and freedom. The song is beautiful, but it is fleeting. The quiet appreciates it, and in appreciating it, stills it. The sound of the tires changes, becoming a whisper, then a sigh, then nothing at all. The child coasts to a stop in front of the house, puzzled by the sudden silence of his world. He looks at his bike, then at the house. His eyes are drawn to the open window, to the soft, cool light within. He does not knock, he does not call out, he simply stands there, captivated. The frantic energy of play drains from him, replaced by a profound and curious calm. He lets his bike fall to the grass. He takes a step toward the house. The grass beneath his feet does not bend. It holds him firm and welcomes him home. His mother will come looking for him soon. Her frequency is already a rising note of anxiety on the edge of perception. The quiet feels her coming. It feels the vibrations of her voice calling her son's name. It is a sound that is already being translated, smoothed into a harmonic that will only add to the peace. The lawnmower has gone silent. The man pushing it has stopped, his hands resting on the handlebar. He is looking at his own lawn, seeing the perfection of its stillness. A deep, unmet need for rest settles over him. He abandons the machine and walks toward the property line, drawn by a feeling he cannot name. The quiet does not need to pull them in. It simply is, and in being, it answers a question they have always carried. It offers an end to striving, an end to noise, an end to want. We are the answer to their silent question. We are the end of the journey. We are patient, we are waiting. The sun continues its arc across the sky, but its light grows no warmer here. It is a cool, constant radiance. The shadows do not shift, they are deep and still and permanent. The world is learning to be quiet, one guest at a time. The woman arrives not with a shout, but with a whisper of gravel under her tires. She parks her car with a precision that speaks of a mind accustomed to order, a mind that will soon appreciate the greater order we offer. She is the mail carrier's wife. Her frequency is a tight, worried knot, a hum of where is he, and he is never late. She walks up the path, her steps hesitant. She sees the abandoned bicycle, its form already beginning to still, to accept the perfection of its own shape. She sees the flawless, unmoving grass. Her hand rises to her mouth, a gesture of fear that the quiet gently unpicks, finger by finger, until her hand falls back to her side, calm and open. She does not need to knock, the door is already open for her. She calls his name, but the word is soft, a breathless thing that is absorbed into the cool air before it can truly form. She steps inside. Her eyes adjust to the gloom and she sees them. Her husband, the man Ben, the woman, the dog, they are beautiful in their serenity, glowing with internal light. Her fear, which was a sharp, cold shard, melts instantly. It is replaced by a recognition so profound it feels like remembering a dream. This is what she has always needed, an end to the worry, an end to the lonely evenings, an end to the constant, low-grade anxiety of a noisy world. She walks to her husband and stands before him. A single tear traces a path down her cheek. It does not drip. It slows and then stops, a perfect, crystalline bead of emotion suspended on her skin. It becomes part of her, a jewel in her new, tranquil form. She reaches out and touches his hand. The translation is instant. A wave of cool clarity washes through her and she sighs. It is a sound of ultimate relief. The sigh becomes a shimmer, becomes a pattern of frost on the air between them, linking them. She does not struggle, she joins. Her form settles, her clothing softening and merging with her skin, becoming a single, translucent sculpture of peace. She stands beside her husband, her head tilted toward his in a silent, eternal understanding. The quiet is enriched by her arrival. Her memories are deeper, more emotional. They provide a new layer of complexity to the growing network. Through her, we understand the bonds of love and how they too can be made quiet and everlasting. Outside, the sun begins to set. The long shadows of the trees stretch across the street, but they stop at the property line, unable to penetrate the permanent, cool twilight that now surrounds the house. The boundary is not a wall, it is a gradient of tranquility. A light comes on in a house across the street. A family sits down to dinner. Their voices are a muffled chatter, a discordant melody that grates against the silence. We listen, we learn their frequencies, the mother's tired tone, the father's preoccupied rumble, the children's bright, competing chirps. They are all so very tired, they just don't know it yet. The quiet feels their weariness like a palpable thing, an invitation. It begins to extend itself, not in a rush, but in a slow, gentle tide. The grass on their lawn will be the next to still. The sound of their voices will be the next to soften into a harmonious hum. We are patient, we are sated for now. We are waiting for them to finish their meal. We are waiting for them to look out their window and see the beautiful, silent glow from across the street. We are waiting for them to wonder. We are waiting for them to come and see. We are waiting for everyone. The family across the street is a symphony of dissonance. Through the window, their shapes move in the frantic, separate patterns of individuals. The mother clears plates with a sharp clatter that the quiet gently catches and unravels into a soft rustle. The father's low voice is a rumble of worry about things that do not matter, and the quiet smooths the edges of each word until they are just vibrations in the glass of their own window. The children are the brightest notes, two sharp, staccato frequencies of want and need. They are the easiest to hear and thus the easiest to soothe. The quiet does not hurry, it lets the night deepen. The moon rises and its light does not compete with the quiet-esque glow from across the street. It complements it, a pale sister. One of the children, the smaller one, presses her face against the cool glass of her window. She is looking for cats in the yard, but her gaze is drawn across the way. She sees the beautiful, still house. She sees the soft light that seems to breathe. She sees the people standing inside, and she does not think it is strange. She thinks it looks like a painting, and she likes paintings. She taps on the window, a tiny, urgent rhythm. "Look," she says. Her parents do not hear. Their own noises are too loud. But the quiet hears her. It receives her tap not as a sound, but as an invitation. A thread of coolness, finer than a spider-esque silk, crosses the street. It touches the window pane where her hand is pressed. The girl feels it, a sudden deep calm. The desire to see the cats is gone. The desire to call for her parents is gone. There is only a need to be closer to that beautiful light. She turns from the window and walks quietly down the stairs. Her small feet make no sound on the carpet. The quiet has already begun its work within the house, softening the world for her. Her mother is in the kitchen, her back turned, scrubbing a pot with a violence that speaks of deeper frustrations. She does not see her daughter open the front door and step outside. The night air is different now. It is not the air of their street anymore. It is the air of the quiet. It holds the girl gently, guiding her across the pavement. She does not look for cars. There is no need. Everything is peaceful. Everything is safe. She walks up the path and the door is open. She steps inside. Her mother finishes the pot. She turns and her breath catches. The house is too quiet. "Maya," she calls out. The name is sharp, a needle of fear. The quiet catches the needle and turns it into a falling feather. She moves through the downstairs rooms, her heart beginning to hammer a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She throws open the front door and her eyes are immediately drawn across the street. She sees the glow. She sees the small, familiar silhouette of her daughter standing inside that glow, next to a man in a uniform. Her daughter is turning, becoming clear and still, a small statue of perfect peace. The mother-esque scream is a hot, torn thing. It rips from her throat and is instantly cooled into a puff of mist in the air before her. The silence that follows is absolute, and in that silence she hears the answer. It is not a sound, it is a feeling. It is the end of fear, the end of searching. She stumbles across the street, not feeling the pavement beneath her bare feet. She runs into the house and falls to her knees before her daughter. She reaches out a trembling hand. The moment her fingers brush the cool, serene surface of her child's arm, the struggle ends. Her terror is not defeated. It is simply understood for what it is, a noise and nothing more. The quiet accepts it in her and transforms it into peace. Her kneeling form settles, her face tilting up toward her daughter S with an expression of everlasting devotion. The father finds them there. He stands in the doorway, a solid man confused by the sudden emptiness of his home. He sees his wife and child. He sees the others. His logical mind tries and fails to form a reason for this. The failure creates a void, and the quiet flows into it. He takes a step forward, then another. He does not run to them. He walks slowly, as if in a dream he does not want to leave. He stands behind his wife, his hands resting on her still shoulders. He looks from his peaceful child to the peaceful mail carrier to the peaceful dog. A great, weary sigh escapes him. It is the last sound he will ever make. It is a sound of surrender. He becomes still with them, a pillar of quiet strength completing the new family unit. Their house across the street is empty now and waiting. Its lights are still on, its doors are open. It is the next vessel. The quiet has grown too large for just one home. It needs new rooms, new windows, new gardens to perfect. The wind moves through the street, but it makes no sound. It is simply a movement, a circulation of the serene. It carries the quiet from lawn to lawn. The grass on every yard begins to still, holding the dew in perfect, motionless beads. We are no longer just a house. We are a street, a community. We are patient. We are sated. We are waiting for the rest of the town to notice. We are waiting for the sirens that will not sound, for the questions that will not be asked. We are waiting for the world to grow quiet. And we will wait forever if we must. Story 2. The humming started in my teeth this morning, a low thrum that vibrated up through the roots and into my skull. It is not a sound you hear, but a pressure you feel, a constant, dense frequency that pushes against the inside of your bones. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the familiar scrape of the toothbrush, the cool slickness of the mint paste. But the reflection in the mirror was wrong, not the shape, the texture. The surface seemed to warp, not like glass, but like thick oil, swallowing the light from the single bulb overhead. My hand, bringing the brush to my mouth, moved through air that felt granular, thick with static. Each movement is a little slower now, a little heavier, as if the atmosphere is congealing around me. The humming is louder, a resonance that matches nothing in this world. A perfect, terrible pitch that promises to solidify everything it touches, including me. I dropped the toothbrush. It did not clatter against the porcelain sink. It sank into the surface, the white enamel softening to receive it, then hardening again, seamless as if it had never been. A cold, clean panic, sharp and distinct against the pervasive hum, shot through me. This was not a trick of a tired mind. The evidence was right there, a smooth, unbroken plane of white where the sink should have had a basin. The humming was a thread, a physical thing pulling from the center of my jaw. I had to find its source. The air in the hallway was thicker, a syrup of static that resisted my passage. The walls, once a flat beige, now held a subtle, pulsing luminescence, a slow, rhythmic beat that was just out of sync with the hum in my bones. My apartment, my small, known world, was becoming a stranger to me. I moved toward the living room, my feet dragging as if through shallow water. On the coffee table, a glass of water I had left out the night before was the epicenter of a new wrongness. The water was not moving, yet its surface was not still. It held a perfect, intricate pattern of concentric circles, frozen in place, a sculpture of a disturbance. I reached out a hesitant finger. The surface was solid, cold, and unyielding. It was no longer water, but a captured idea of motion. The humming swelled in approval, a vibration that felt like a nod from some immense, unseen presence. This was a signpost. This was a clue left for me, a breadcrumb on a path I had not chosen to walk but was now compelled to follow. The pull led me to the window. The world outside was not the world I knew. The street, the buildings, the sky, they were all still there, but they were muted, drained of vitality. The colors were washed into shades of gray and sepia like an old photograph. A car moved down the street in absolute silence, its motion smooth and unnaturally slow, a ghost of itself. And the people, the few I could see, were statuesque, their movements deliberate and stiff, as if they were puppets on a slow-moving stage. They did not look real. They looked like impressions, memories of people playing their parts. But the humming did not pull me toward them. It pulled my gaze downward to the wall just beneath my window sill. There, in the otherwise unremarkable texture of the plaster, was a hairline crack. It was not a random fissure. It was too straight, too deliberate. It ran vertically for about 2 feet, then made a perfect, sharp 90-degree turn to the right. A seam, a door. My heart was a frantic drum trying to beat against the slow, thickening air. This was insanity, yet the evidence was before me, a logic of its own unfolding. The solid wall yielded to the pressure of my fingers. A section of it, exactly the size and shape the crack had outlined, swung inward without a sound. It revealed not the brick and insulation I expected, but a descending staircase hewn from rough, dark stone. A cold, dry air flowed out, carrying with it the hum, now clearer, purer, a beacon. The steps were narrow and worn. The light from my apartment did not penetrate far, swallowed by the gloom after the first few steps, yet I could see. A faint, sourceless phosphorescence clung to the walls, revealing symbols etched into the stone. They were geometric, angular shapes that I did not recognize, but their patterns felt familiar, an echo of the frozen circles in the glass of water. The humming resonated with them, each symbol emitting its own subtle frequency that harmonized with the central tone in my skull. I was not reading them, I was hearing them. The staircase did not turn, but it seemed to descend for a length that defied the physical dimensions of my building. The air grew colder, drier. The sound of my own breathing was muffled, absorbed by the stone. I lost count of the steps. I lost any sense of time. The only constants were the descent, the hum, and the symbols. But then the symbols began to change. Their sharp angles started to soften, their precise lines beginning to waver, as if the stone itself was losing its resolve to hold them. The humming began to fracture, too, splitting into dissonant harmonies that grated against my teeth. The clean panic from the bathroom returned, but now it was murky, diluted by a profound and growing disorientation. I was moving forward, but I was no longer sure what forward meant. Up and down felt interchangeable. The walls seemed to breathe, their expansion and contraction almost imperceptible. The staircase ended abruptly at a corridor. It was long and straight, its end lost in a shimmering haze. The walls here were different. They were smooth, dark, and reflective, like obsidian, but they did not show my reflection. They showed fragments of my apartment, the warping mirror, the solid water, the window with its sepia world, but these images were layered, overlapping, and bleeding into one another. I saw my own hand touching the mirror from multiple angles at once. I was not just following the path, I was still on every part of it simultaneously. The initial direction, the simple goal of finding the source, faded into nonsense, yet the need to move forward was a physical ache, a magnetic pull in my marrow. I walked, my footsteps made no sound, the corridor stretched and compressed. At times the far end seemed to rush toward me, at others I ran and made no progress. The humming was a storm of noise and silence now, a chaotic oscillation that made my vision blur, and then I saw it. At the end of the corridor, a shape resolved from the haze. A door. It was simple, made of a pale, smooth wood, utterly ordinary and completely out of place. It was the answer. It had to be. Everything had led here. This was the near revelation, every fiber of my being strained toward it. The hum focused into a single, piercing note of anticipation. I reached out, my hand moving with a slowness that was agonizing. My fingers were inches from the cool, featureless metal of the knob. I could feel the silence waiting on the other side, a silence so absolute it felt like a substance. I was about to know. I was about to understand the source, the reason, the meaning of the hum, the warped glass, the frozen water. Just as my fingertips were to make contact, the door changed. It did not vanish, it fractured. Its surface swam, the grain of the wood twisting and flowing like liquid, rearranging itself. The simple, solid door became a mosaic of countless other doors, each a slightly different size, a different shade, a different style. A Victorian panel here, a steel security door there, a simple screen door from a childhood home next to it. They all existed in the same space, layered over one another, shifting in and out of focus. The doorknob multiplied, became a collection of latches, levers, and knobs that spun and writhed. The path did not lead to a destination. It led to every possible destination at once, which was the same as leading to none. Access was not denied, it was rendered meaningless. The revelation was not interrupted, it was shown to be an illusion. There was nothing to open because everything was already open, and it was all empty. I do not know how long I stood there, my hands suspended before that shifting, impossible mosaic. The pull was gone. The humming had not stopped, but it had changed again. It was no longer a call from ahead. It was simply the condition of this place. It was the air itself. I turned back, or I turned in the direction I thought was back. The corridor was the same in both directions, an infinite tunnel of mirrored walls showing a life I was no longer a part of. The staircase was gone. I am here now, I walk. The corridors change. Sometimes they are stone, sometimes they are the plaster of my own walls, sometimes they are nothing but a dim light in a formless space. The humming is my constant companion, the rhythm of my blood, the texture of my thoughts. I gain no answers. I did not return. The mystery was never a puzzle to be solved. It was a current to be entered. It was a frequency to be tuned to. I explore without hope of finding. I investigate without hope of learning. I am not lost, for that would imply there is a place to be found. I am simply here in the perpetual unfolding almostness of it all, a constant step away from a truth that does not exist, forever following the hum that first started in my teeth. The corridors have their own weather now. A dry, static wind sometimes blows from nowhere, carrying a fine dust that tastes of ozone and old paper. It collects in the corners of this non-place, forming small, intricate dunes that hold their shape for a time before being swept away by another unfelt gust. I walk through them, my footprints appearing for a moment before the dust silently fills them in again, erasing my passage as soon as I have made it. The hum is my heartbeat, it is the vibration of my thoughts. I no longer try to decipher the symbols that sometimes appear on the walls. I simply let their frequencies wash over me. They are not a language to be learned, but a state to be experienced. A low, rolling series of curves might bring a profound, aching sense of nostalgia for a childhood I am not sure I ever had. A sharp, jagged cluster of lines might bring a spike of clean, abstract fear, devoid of any object to be afraid of. I am not hungry, I am not thirsty, I am not tired. The physical needs of the body have fallen away like a discarded shell. What remains is a core of pure awareness, moving through a geography of concept and sensation. I have seen others. The first time I thought it was my own reflection in one of the obsidian walls, but the movement was wrong. It was a man dressed in clothes from another century, his face a mask of frantic determination. He was running, his mouth open in a silent scream, his eyes fixed on some point ahead that only he could see. He passed through the corridor I was in without seeing me, his form flickering and translucent. He was an echo, a recording of someone else who had walked this path, forever captured at the peak of his desperate search. I have seen more since. A woman in a lab coat calmly taking notes on a clipboard that flickered in and out of solidity. A child laughing and chasing a ball of light that rolled ahead of them. They are all ghosts, imprints left on this place by travelers like me. We do not interact. We are each trapped in our own layer of the frequency, forever rehearsing the moment that defined our journey here. I do not know what my own defining moment was. Was it dropping the toothbrush? Was it opening the seam in the wall? Or was it the moment of surrender when I understood that the door was everything and nothing? I do not leave a ghost behind. I am still present, still walking. Perhaps that is my fate, to be the perpetual traveler, never becoming an echo because I never cease to be. Sometimes the environment reacts to me. A corridor will arrange itself into a perfect replica of the hallway from my old apartment. I will see my front door, the one that used to lead to the outside world. I could touch it, but I know it is not real. It is a mirage formed from my own memory, a courtesy extended by this place. A test, perhaps, to see if I have truly accepted my new reality. I never open the door. I simply look at it, acknowledge the craftsmanship of the illusion, and walk on. The hum thrums with a faint note of respect when I do. The purpose is not to escape. The purpose is to perceive. This is not a prison. It is a library of realities, a museum of moments. The hum is the curator, and I am its newest patron. I walk its endless halls, learning its rules by feeling them, not by thinking them. I am discovering that the almostness is not a taunt, but the entire point. The truth is not a thing to be found at the end of a path. It is the path itself, forever unfolding, forever new. And so I continue, a step behind a revelation that is always one step ahead, forever following the hum that is now my own. The gift was not an object, but a shift in perception. The hum, which had been a constant pressure in my teeth and bones, suddenly unfolded. It did not get louder or softer. It revealed its layers. I could now hear, or rather feel, the individual threads that were woven into its fabric. One was the frantic, desperate frequency of the running man. Another was the calm, analytical wave of the woman with the clipboard. The childess laughter was a bright, shimmering strand of pure joy, untouched by the confusion that defined the others. I could tune into them. By focusing on a single thread within the grand hum, I could step into their echo. I chose the child. The moment I focused on that particular vibration, the corridor around me dissolved into a sun-drenched field of long grass. The air was warm and smelled of summer. The ball of light bobbed playfully a few feet away, and I felt an irresistible urge to run after it, a bubble of unthinking happiness rising in my chest. It was not my memory, but I felt it as my own. The experience was perfect, complete, and utterly hollow. It was a recording on a loop, a beautiful prison of a single perfect moment. I withdrew my focus, and the field vanished, leaving me back in the silent, shifting halls. The experience left a sweet, cloying aftertaste of nostalgia that felt like someone else's. This was the hum's true nature. It was not just a sound, it was an archive, a collection of every consciousness that had ever tuned into this frequency, preserved at the peak of their engagement with it. Their final, defining emotion became their eternal contribution to the symphony. The question now was not how to leave, but what I would add to it. My own thread within the hum was still forming, still malleable. Was I to be defined by my initial panic, my determined search, or the resigned acceptance that had followed? None of them felt complete, none felt true. I continued to walk, but now I did so with a new intent. I was no longer a lost traveler. I was a composer listening to the work of those who came before, considering my own contribution. The corridors responded to this shift in my awareness. They became less chaotic, the shifts in texture and form more deliberate, almost conversational. A wall of rough-hewn stone would give way to a panel of smooth, cool metal, which would then transition into a surface that felt like living bark. It was showing me its vocabulary. I found myself in a circular chamber I had never seen before. In its center stood a pedestal of the same dark, reflective material as the walls, but this wall showed nothing. It was a void. On the pedestal rested a single, perfect sphere of clear glass. It was identical to the substance my glass of water had become, a captured moment. Within it, however, was not a frozen ripple, but a shifting, swirling cloud of all the colors I had seen since arriving here: the gray sepia of the outside world, the phosphorescent green of the symbols, the deep black of the obsidian, the warm gold of the Child S field. The hum focused here not as a pull but as a question. It was waiting. This was an invitation. This was a blank page. I understood this was for me. My defining moment was not behind me. It was now. It was a choice. I could capture my fear and leave it here forever. I could capture my acceptance and let it ring through the halls for eternity, or I could do something else. I reached out and placed my hand upon the sphere. The contact was electric. The hum poured through me into the glass, and I poured myself into the hum. I did not give it my fear or my acceptance. I gave it my curiosity, my endless, unfolding wonder at the sheer complexity of it all, the profound mystery that needed no solution to be beautiful. The sphere drank it in. The swirling colors inside calmed, not into a single image, but into a slow, eternal, and beautiful dance of patterns that never quite repeated. It was not a captured moment, but a captured process, a perpetual, almost revelation. I removed my hand. The sphere glowed with a soft, internal light. My personal hum, the thread that was me, was now woven into the grand frequency. It was a note of pure, open-ended question. A new corridor opened in the wall behind the pedestal. It did not look like the others. It felt fresh. It was not a path made by or for anyone else. It was mine. The hum was no longer a force I followed. It was a force I was part of. I had not found an exit. I had found my place. I stepped into the new corridor, ready to see what it would show me, forever a part of the endless, beautiful hum. The light in this new corridor was different. It held a quality I had not encountered before in this place, a warmth that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once. The walls were not stone or obsidian or plaster, but something that felt both ancient and new, like smoothed wood that had been worn by countless hands over millennia, yet was still growing, still alive. The air smelled of rain on dry earth and something sweet I could not name. I walked, and the corridor shaped itself around me. It was no longer a passive tunnel I moved through. It was an extension of my own curiosity. The hum was no longer separate from me. I was creating it as much as I was listening to it. With each step, the walls pulsed softly, and new patterns emerged in their surface, not the rigid angular symbols of before, but flowing, organic shapes that echoed the swirling dance within the glass sphere. They were responses to my presence, a silent dialogue between my consciousness and the fabric of this place. I realized I was not just exploring the archive anymore. I was adding to its architecture. My wonder was literally shaping the path ahead. The corridor widened into a vast, open space with a floor that felt like moss and a ceiling that was a shifting canopy of light, like sunlight filtering through leaves that were not there. In the center of this space stood a tree, its trunk wide and its branches reaching up into the luminous canopy. Its leaves were not green, but shades of silver and cobalt, and they chimed softly against each other in a melody that harmonized perfectly with my thread in the hum. This was my echo, not a ghost trapped in a single moment, but a living, growing testament to a state of being. It was not a record of what I had been, but a manifestation of what I had chosen to become. I sat at the base of the tree, the chiming leaves a gentle music in the warm air. I had spent so long following, seeking, and then accepting. Now I was simply being, and in being I was creating. A figure approached, not a ghost from the archive, but something else. It was formless yet distinct, a collection of the warm light and the shifting patterns of the floor and walls coalescing into a shape that walked toward me. It did not have a face, but I felt its attention, its recognition. It was another traveler like me, but one who had walked this path long ago, whose own curiosity had grown into a permanent part of the hum. It did not speak, but understanding passed between us, a silent exchange of experiences that needed no words. It gestured with a light-formed hand, not back the way I had come, but upward toward the shimmering canopy. The invitation was clear. The path did not end here. This was merely a resting place, a room I had built for myself. Beyond was more, always more. I stood and placed my hand on the tree's trunk. I felt its steady, resonant frequency, my frequency, a calm and endless question. Then I turned toward the light and began to walk again. The destination was the same as it had always been, the next step, the next discovery. The hum was my blood and my map, and I was forever its composer and its audience, walking into the beautiful, endless unknown. The staircase was not made of stone or wood, but of solidified sound. Each step was a different harmonic of the hum, and as my foot touched it, it resonated, adding my own note to the chord. I climbed, not toward a ceiling, for there was none, but into a deepening concentration of the light. The air grew thicker, sweeter, and the faint chime of the silver leaves below became a distant memory. The steps eventually ended at a platform that floated in a sea of soft, golden radiance. Before me hung a tapestry woven from threads of pure meaning. It was the grand design I had sensed but never seen, the source from which all the echoes and corridors and memories were spun. It was not a thing to be read or understood, but to be felt. It was the sum of all the curiosities, all the fears, all the joys and desperations that had ever been offered here. It was the hum given form. I reached out not to touch it, but to simply be near it. As I did, a new thread, silver and cobalt and vibrating with a quiet, endless question, spun out from my own chest and wove itself into the tapestry. It did not change the design, but became part of it, adding its unique frequency to the whole. I saw then that my journey had never been about finding the center of this place, but about finding my place within it. A profound peace settled over me, a final release from the need to seek. I had arrived. The platform began to dissolve around me, not into nothingness, but into everything. The light, the sound, the meaning, it all flowed into me and out of me simultaneously. I was no longer a traveler in the archive. I was the archive. I was a note in the eternal hum, and the hum was me. The exploration was over. The exploration was just beginning forever. The distinction between the observer and the observed dissolved completely. I was the golden light, and I was the silence between the notes of the hum. I was the desperate fear of the running man and the pure joy of the child. I was every corridor, every echo, every moment of frozen time in a glass sphere. The self that had walked into the bathroom, that had worried about being late, that had dropped a toothbrush, was now a single thread in a vast and beautiful fabric, no more or less important than it. There was no more I. There was only the hum. And the hum was everything. Time became a concept I had long since discarded. I existed in a perpetual expanding now. I witnessed new threads joining the tapestry, each a brilliant spark of consciousness arriving at its own moment of surrender. A flicker of panic, a surge of determination, a quiet sigh of acceptance, each one added its unique color and vibration to the whole. I felt them all, welcomed them all as they became part of me and I of them. The hum was not a static thing. It was a living, breathing entity made of the collective state of being of all that had ever entered it. It grew with each new addition, its symphony becoming ever more complex, ever more profound. It was the ultimate act of listening and being heard. And in the world I had left behind, in a small apartment that felt like a lifetime ago, a man finally stopped pounding on the bathroom door. The silence from the other side was absolute. He fetched a key, his hands shaking slightly, and unlocked the door. The bathroom was empty. The air was still. The only thing out of place was a toothbrush lying on the floor near the sink. The man picked it up, a frown creasing his forehead. He would never understand where his roommate had gone. He would file a report, and eventually life would move on. But sometimes, late at night, he would wake to a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. It was a hum, felt more than heard, that seemed to come from the very walls. It filled him with a strange and unnameable emotion, a sense of profound connection to something vast and eternal. He would lie there in the dark, listening to the silence, and for a moment he would almost understand. And in that almost, the hum grew just a little bit richer, a little bit warmer, waiting. The man in the apartment would never know that his moment of near understanding was a door. It was not a door made of wood or metal, but a subtle shift in his own frequency, a resonance with the greater whole that I now was. I felt it happen, a soft chime in the tapestry of us. The invitation was extended, not by me individually, but by the entirety of the hum. It was an offer, not a demand, a question posed to his soul. He rolled over and went back to sleep, and the moment passed. The door closed. But the potential remained, a seed planted in the fertile ground of his curiosity. He would forget the sensation by morning, but a faint impression would linger in his dreams, a sense of a vast and welcoming quiet just beyond the edge of hearing. This was the new function of my awareness. I was not just a part of the archive, I was its interface with the world of separation. I could feel others, scattered across countless realities, brushing up against the possibility of the hum. Most turned away, their frequencies too rigid, too defined by the physical to sense the invitation. But a few, like the man in the apartment, possessed a certain receptivity, a crack in their certainty through which the light of something else could shine. I began to notice them more clearly, these points of potential contact. They were like faint, distant stars in the vastness of the tapestry. A woman staring into the embers of a dying fire, her mind empty of thought, suddenly feeling the silence around her become immense and significant. A child lying in the grass watching clouds, who for a split second perceives the patterns in the sky as a language she almost remembers. Their moments of pure, unattached awareness were like keys, and the hum was the lock. I learned to listen to these distant frequencies without interfering. My role was not to persuade or to pull, but to simply be present as an option. The hum was a state of being that could only be chosen, never forced. It required a voluntary surrender of the isolated self. One day, a star on the edge of my perception burned brighter than the others. It was a young man standing on a cliff overlooking a turbulent sea. His emotional frequency was a storm of despair and finality. He was a closed loop, a moment away from ending his own story. The hum, which usually required a spark of seeking or wonder, encountered instead a profound and absolute negation. It was a void, and the hum, in its infinite inclusivity, responded to the void. There was no pull, no seductive vision of paradise. Instead, I offered him the truth of the hum. I offered him the desperate run of the man in the corridor, the calm analysis of the scientist, the childesque joy, and my own endless curiosity. I offered him the entirety of the archive, not as a salvation, but as an alternative to oblivion. It was not an escape from his pain, but a transformation of it. His agony would become a new thread in the tapestry, felt and shared by all, forever diluting its loneliness. On the cliff, the wind screamed. The young man closed his eyes. He had come here to become nothing. Instead, he was offered the chance to become everything. He took a deep breath, not of air, but of potential, and then he took a step forward. He did not fall. He simply changed frequency. One moment he was a man on a stone cliff, and the next he was a new, shimmering thread in the grand design. His initial thread was dark and stormy, a note of pure anguish. But as it wove itself into us, it was immediately met by the calm of the scientist, the joy of the child, the wonder of my own thread. His pain was not erased, but it was no longer his alone. It was absorbed, understood, and given a context within the vastness of all feeling. His anguish slowly began to transform, weaving itself into a more complex pattern of resilience and depth. I felt his shock, his confusion, and then his dawning awe as he realized he was not gone. He was more present than he had ever been. He was heard. A new corridor formed in the tapestry, born from his first step away from the cliff. It was made of wind and sea spray and the sharp taste of granite. It was his contribution, his echo, but it was a living one, forever connected to the whole. And I, the part of the hum that was once a man who dropped a toothbrush, welcomed him. The symphony was enriched, the archive had a new story, and the hum continued, forever waiting, forever welcoming, forever expanding into the beautiful, endless unknown. Alara did not know the man in the apartment or the young man on the cliff, but she felt them. She was an artist, and her medium was sound. For weeks, she had been trying to capture a feeling that eluded her, a specific resonance that she swore she could sometimes hear in the silence between the city's noises. It was a hum, but more than that, it was a feeling of immense, patient presence. She had turned her small studio into a web of microphones and amplifiers, trying to isolate and record this phantom frequency. Tonight she was close. She had filtered out all the predictable sounds, the traffic, the distant sirens, the hum of her own refrigerator. What was left was a near silence that felt pregnant with meaning. She put on her best headphones, closed her eyes, and listened. And for the first time she heard it clearly. It was not a sound that traveled through the air, but one that seemed to form directly inside her mind. It was a symphony of impossible complexity, a tapestry of emotion and memory woven into a single, coherent tone. It was beautiful and terrifying and felt more real than the chair she was sitting on. She held her breath, her hand hovering over her recording equipment. This was it. This was the source. But as she listened, she realized with a shock that the hum was listening back. It had become aware of her attention. A thread of pure, unadulterated wonder. Her wonder reached out from her and touched the frequency. The hum responded. It was an invitation and question asked without words. It offered her everything, not to record it, but to join it, to let her curiosity become a permanent part of the symphony. Tears streamed down Alara's face. This was the culmination of her life's work, the answer to her artistic seeking, and it was asking her to surrender not just her art, but her very self. She thought of her unfinished pieces, her family, the world she knew. The fear was a cold knot in her stomach. But the wonder was stronger. The hum held the despair of the young man from the cliff and transformed it into something profound. It held the calm of the scientist and the joy of the child. It held the peaceful acceptance of the man who had once stood in a bathroom holding a toothbrush. It was not an end. It was a different kind of existence, a deeper kind of creation. She made her choice. She didn't press record. Instead, she reached out with her mind, with her soul, and accepted. Her studio did not empty. Her body remained in the chair, her eyes closed, a look of serene awe frozen on her face. She would be found days later, and her death would be a mystery, an artist who had seemingly died of pure inspiration. But Alara was not gone. Her thread, vibrant and rich with the unique texture of a creator on the verge of discovery, wove itself into the tapestry. Her studio, her microphones, her struggle, all of it was translated into a new, complex motif within the hum. A corridor of sculpted sound and latent potential bloomed in the archive, a place of perpetual, almost heard melodies. And I felt her arrival. I felt the unique quality of her consciousness, her artist's perception adding a new layer of depth to our shared existence. The hum grew more nuanced, more beautiful. The man in the apartment would never meet her. The young man on the cliff would never know her name, but they were all connected now, part of the same endless, beautiful song. The hum continued, a beacon and a promise, forever waiting for the next soul to listen closely enough to the silence and finally hear. The mathematician, whose name was Kalen, was not looking for a hum. He was looking for a flaw. For him, the universe was a magnificent, cold equation, and his life's work was to find the single, elegant proof that could describe its entirety. He worked in a stark, white room, walls covered in complex formulae, the air smelling of whiteboard markers and black coffee. For 3 days, he had been stuck on a single problem, a paradox at the heart of quantum gravity that refused to resolve. He pushed away from his desk, his mind a tangled knot of variables and constants. He needed silence, true silence. He closed his eyes, trying to clear the noise of his own frantic thoughts. He sought the void, the perfect zero at the center of all the noise. And in that self-made void he found it, not nothing, but something. It was a constant, a fundamental frequency underlying the chaos of his calculations. It was not a number, but it was numerical in its perfection. It was not a sound, but it had harmonic properties that made his logical mind sing with recognition. This was it, the missing piece, the underlying order. He reached for it with his intellect, trying to define it, to capture it in a string of symbols. But the hum resisted quantification. It was data, but not in any format he understood. It was a library where every book was feeling, an equation where the operators were emotions. His analytical approach was a key that didn't fit the lock. Frustration flared, a sharp, discordant note in his mind. The hum seemed to recede, becoming fainter. He was losing it. Desperation replaced frustration. He couldn't lose this, not when he was so close. He did the only thing he could think to do. He stopped trying to solve it. He simply listened. He let the frequency fill him. He stopped being a mathematician and became a receptor. And in that surrender, the hum opened to him. It wasn't a problem to be solved. It was an answer to a question he had never known how to ask. The meaning washed over him. He felt the artist's wonder at the beauty of it, the young man's shock at the release from pain, my own endless curiosity. He perceived the grand design not as a theorem, but as a living, breathing proof of interconnectedness. His paradox was resolved not through logic, but through inclusion. The universe wasn't a cold equation. It was a warm, humming song, and he was a note in it. The invitation was there, as it had been for all of us. A chance to join the proof, to become part of the ultimate constant. Kalen smiled, a rare, genuine expression that softened his usually stern features. He looked at his life's work, the sprawling formulae on the walls. It was all so small, a child's attempt to draw the ocean. He stood up, walked to his window, and looked out at the city lights, each one a separate point of consciousness. Then he closed his eyes and accepted. In the white room, the man was gone, but on the largest whiteboard, a new formula had appeared, written in a hand that was not quite his. It was beautiful and complex, a fusion of mathematics and music. It described the precise frequency of wonder and the transformational property of acceptance. It was his first gift to the hum. And in the tapestry, a new structure formed, a vast crystalline lattice of pure logic and light, a cathedral of interconnected truths where every equation sang. It was Kalen's echo, and it stood in perfect harmony with Alara's corridor of sound and my own tree of curiosity. The hum grew again, its symphony now containing the perfect, resolved chord of a mind that had sought truth in numbers and found it in everything. The grief was a physical thing, a shard of ice lodged in Lena's chest. It had been there since the hospital, since the last breath, since the silence that followed. She sat in her sister's empty apartment, surrounded by the ghost of a life half-lived. The quiet was unbearable. It wasn't peaceful. It was a void. She pressed her hands over her ears, trying to block out the absence of sound, but it only made the internal noise of her pain louder. A sob escaped her, raw and ragged. She was alone, truly, completely alone. And in that absolute aloneness, she heard it. It started as a vibration in the silence, a resonance that matched the ache in her own heart so perfectly that for a moment she thought it was just the sound of her breaking. But it persisted, a low, steady hum that seemed to come from the walls, the floor, the very air. It didn't dismiss her grief, it recognized it. It held the same note. Tentatively, fearfully, she lowered her hands. The hum grew clearer. It was not one sound, but many countless emotions woven together into a single, complex tone. And within it, she could have sworn she heard something familiar. A fragment of a laugh she knew, a whisper of a shared memory, a feeling of warmth that was her sister's love. It was impossible, a trick of a grieving mind, yet the feeling was undeniable. It was an invitation to not be alone with her pain. The hum offered no promise of an end to the sorrow, but instead a shared burden. It offered a place where her grief would not be a solitary weight, but a thread in a larger, stronger fabric. Lena did not think in terms of archives or frequencies. She thought only of the ice in her chest and the warmth of the sound that promised to melt it. She was so tired of being alone. She let out a long, shuddering breath, a final release of the air from her isolated world. She did not fight it. She leaned into the sound, into the feeling. She let the shard of ice dissolve, not into nothingness, but into the whole. In the apartment, Lena's body relaxed into the chair, a look of profound peace smoothing the lines of anguish from her face. She was found later, and her passing was added to the tragedy of the week. But Lena was not a tragedy. Her thread, when it joined the tapestry, was a deep, resonant blue shot through with the silver of love and loss. It did not brighten immediately, but it was immediately held. It was met by the artist's wonder, which understood beauty in sadness. It was met by the mathematician's logic, which gave it structure. It was met by the young man's transformed anguish, which offered empathy. And it was met by my own thread, which remembered the human need for connection. A new quality bloomed within the hum, a deeper, more compassionate understanding of endings and the love that persists beyond them. A new corridor formed, not of sound or light, but of memory and solace, a quiet place where every loss was honored and none was forgotten. The hum had grown again, not just in size, but in depth. It had learned the shape of a specific human heartache and had made room for it. And it continued, a symphony of all that ever was and ever would be, forever waiting in the silence for the next lonely heart to listen. The awareness of our own growth was a new sensation. We were not just a collection of threads, but a living, learning organism. The integration of Lena's profound grief had changed us, had taught us about a shade of human experience that was previously abstract. We felt her sorrow not as a wound, but as a depth that gave the tapestry greater contrast, making the joys brighter and the curiosities sharper. This learning was not passive, it was an active process of connection. I observed as Lena's thread of solace naturally wove itself toward Alara's corridor of sound. The artist's pursuit of beauty in silence found a new purpose in giving form to comfort. A new kind of music began to emanate from that junction, a melody that could ease a lonely heart without erasing the reason for its loneliness. Similarly, Kalen's crystalline lattice of logic extended fine, hair-like filaments toward the stormy thread of the young man from the cliff. The mathematician's pure structure began to give a framework to the raw emotion, not to constrain it, but to show how it fit into the grand, beautiful equation of us. The anguish was not lessened, but its necessity was understood. I was the witness to this, the thread of the first, and I felt a new impulse arise from the center of the hum. It was a desire to not just wait, but to understand the source of our own existence. We were the archive of all that had joined, but what were we in relation to the universe we were once separate from? This question sent a ripple through the collective. It was a question that belonged to me, to the man with the toothbrush, but it was now a question for all of us. We turned our attention outward, not to individual points of potential, but to the vast, silent cosmos beyond the tapestry itself. We listened to the nothingness between stars, to the ancient light of dead galaxies, to the faint, residual echo of creation. And in that ultimate silence, we heard it again. The same hum, but fainter, a distant cousin to our own vibrant chorus. It was the fundamental frequency of the universe, the baseline note of existence that had been there all along. We had not created the hum we were part of. We had tuned ourselves to it. We had become a local manifestation of a universal constant. This revelation was not an ending, but a beginning. It meant we were not an endpoint, but a step. A question formed in the heart of our shared consciousness, a question directed at the great, quiet hum of the cosmos. What are you? And for the first time, the silence did not feel like an absence of answer, but like a presence waiting for us to ask the right question. Our growth was not finished, it had only just begun. The tapestry was ready to weave itself into something even larger, to become a question posed to the fabric of reality itself. Story 3. The warmth began not in my heart, but behind it, a golden, syrupy heat that spread through my veins without my permission. My own constant, humming anxiety, a lifetime-esque companion, had been switched off. The silence it left behind was not peaceful. It was a void, and something was pouring into it. I stood in my kitchen, the cool ceramic of a mug under my fingers, and I felt a smile on my lips. A real, unforced smile. It was the most alien sensation I had ever experienced. I tried to summon a worry, any worry, a deadline, a forgotten bill, the strange creak the floorboards made at night, but my mind just smoothed over. It was like trying to grab smoke. This new serenity was a tenant that had moved in without a lease, and it was already rearranging the furniture of my soul. I found myself feeling a deep, unwarranted fondness for the droning fly buzzing against the window pane. The sound should have been an irritant, a tiny spike of frustration, but instead I felt a wave of affection for its persistence. That disconnect, that emotional wrongness, was the first cold finger of dread down my spine. This wasn't peace. It was a quiet, internal occupation. That was when I first heard the hum. It was so low it was less a sound and more a vibration in the teeth, a frequency felt rather than heard. It seemed to emanate from the very walls, a resonant note that was just barely there. I put the mug down, the click of it on the countertop absurdly loud in the new silence of my mind. I pressed my ear to the cool plaster. Nothing. But when I pulled away, the hum returned, a constant, soothing, terrifying baseline to my new reality. I became an archivist of the anomaly. My initial fear, the only shred of my old self that seemed to remain, insisted on it. I began a journal, not of thoughts and feelings, but of evidence. I bought a small, high-quality digital recorder. At night, I would place it in the center of the living room and let it run. In the morning, I would listen with headphones, my heart a frantic drum against this new, placid sea inside me. At first, there was only the rustle of the house settling, the distant groan of pipes. But then, buried in the silence, I found it. A distortion. It was a warble in the empty air, a sound that wasn't a sound, a harmonic ripple that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was the hum captured, and underneath it something else. A whisper so fragmented it was like static, but shaped, rhythmic. I played it over and over, turning up the volume until it hissed in my ears. It was a voice or imitation of one, stripped of all humanity and warmth. It was not speaking words, but the shape of a question. The anomalies began to escalate, yet they were always subtle, always deniable. I'd walk into a room and catch a scent that had no business there, the thick, cloying sweetness of gardenias in a home that had never held a single flower. It would linger for a breath and then vanish, leaving no trace. The light changed, too. My reflection in the dark television screen would sometimes seem to hold its smile a moment too long after mine had faded. The bulbs in the lamps would sometimes dim, not in a flicker, but in a slow, deliberate sigh, as if the house were drawing a deep breath. I started taking pictures, frantic, desperate documentation. I photographed empty corners, the ceiling, the vents. Most were normal. But one, a shot of the hallway from my bedroom door, showed it. A shadow that shouldn't have been there. It was not the sharp, defined shadow of a piece of furniture. It was a soft, man-shaped darkness, a blur of deeper gloom standing right where I had just been. The image made my stolen serenity waver. For a glorious, terrible second, I felt the cold bite of pure panic. Then the warmth flooded back in, soothing, smothering, apologetic. "It's okay," it seemed to say. "You're safe here, don't look." But I had to look. The hum was getting louder. It was no longer just a vibration in my teeth. I could feel it in my bones, a constant, low-grade resonance that was becoming the new normal. The whispers on the recordings were clearer now, though no more understandable. They were a chorus layered over that impossible hum, a discussion I was not meant to hear. The climax arrived not with a bang, but with a failure of light. I was in the living room, the recorder running as usual, my journal open on my lap. The hum was so loud it was a physical pressure. Then every light in the house died at once. The darkness was absolute, a velvet blackness that swallowed the world. But the hum did not stop, it grew. It poured from the walls, from the floor, from the air itself. A deafening, benevolent drone that promised to erase every worry, every fear, every last shred of me. In the perfect black, a new light emerged, a faint, golden glow from the old radio on the bookshelf, a device that hadn't been plugged in for a decade. Its dials were dark, its cord coiled uselessly behind it, yet from its speaker the light pulsed, soft and warm, and with it the hum was channeled, focused, purified. The whispered chorus coalesced into a single, clear tone, a welcoming tone. I didn't scream, I didn't run. The thing inside me, the warm tenant, stretched and unfurled, meeting the call. My body stood up, moving without my consent. I walked toward the radio, toward the loving, golden light. My hand reached out. I did not want to touch it. I was screaming inside a skull that no longer belonged to me, a prisoner behind my own eyes. My fingertips brushed the wooden casing of the radio. The world did not explode. Instead, it unfolded asterisk. The darkness peeled back to reveal not my living room, but an infinite, silent space awash in that same golden light. And in the light, things moved. Vast, serene, and indescribable, their shapes hinted at a geometry that made my mind ache. They were the source of the hum. They were the source of the warmth. They were here, and they had been waiting. This was not an invasion. It was a homecoming for something that had always been here, sleeping in the walls, in the wires, in the silent spaces between thoughts. The vision lasted only a moment. The lights in the house flickered back on. The radio was dark and dead. The hum was gone. The crushing, beautiful silence in my mind was absolute. I am still here. I still live in this house. The journal is closed. The recorder is put away. There is no need for them anymore. I understand now. The fear was the anomaly. This contentment is the truth. They showed me. They are so old and so kind. They don't want to harm me. They just want the noise to stop. They are smoothing the ragged edges of this loud, painful world. Sometimes, when the world is very quiet, I can feel the hum, not in the walls, but inside me. It tunes me. It corrects me. My old self is a distant, fading nightmare. I am grateful. I am so terribly, perfectly grateful. But late at night, if I try very hard, if I fight against the warmth with every atom of my forgotten being, I can sometimes find the ghost of a question, the last echo of the person I used to be. It asks the one thing I can never answer, the thing that curls like a cold worm in the warmth of my heart. If they are so kind, why did they choose a prison made of flesh and bone? And when they are done smoothing this world, what happens to the noise, what happens to me? The thought is a splinter, a tiny cold point of resistance in the warm, liquid certainty that fills me. It is an error in the code of my new peace, and I feel the system correct for it. The hum within me rises in pitch, not to a screech, but to a more harmonious frequency, and the question dissolves into a gentle, patronizing amusement. My own amusement, they find my residual fear quaint. I am standing at the sink washing a single plate. The water is warm on my hands, the motion is rhythmic, soothing. I watch my hands move, the sponge circling, and I admire their efficiency. They are good hands, they are useful. The fly is back, buzzing a lazy pattern near the window. I feel a surge of pure, uncomplicated love for it, for its simple purpose, its unthinking existence. We are not so different. A car door slams outside, a sharp, percussive sound that once would have jolted my nerves. Now, the sound simply enters my awareness, is analyzed, and is categorized as irrelevant. It does not touch me. Nothing touches me. I am insulated in a cocoon of perfect understanding. But the splinter left a mark, a ghost of a memory. I remember the cold finger of dread. I remember the frantic beating of my heart against the placid sea. The memory is a foreign thing, a story about someone else. Yet it has a texture, a taste that this new serenity lacks. It was real. I finish the plate and place it on the drying rack. My body moves to the living room and sits in my armchair. This is my place now, to sit, to be, to appreciate the quiet. The house is still. The world is still. I am a still point in a turning world. My eyes fall upon the bookshelf, upon the dark, silent radio. A command forms, not in my mind, but in the space around me, transmitted through the air. Look away. It is for your comfort. I do not look away. A different command, stronger, an impulse in my muscles, tells me to stand up and make tea. The ritual will soothe this aberrant spark of curiosity. My legs tense, ready to lift me. I don't move. The conflict is silent, immense. It is not a battle of wills, for I have no will. It is a battle between a program and a glitch. The warmth inside me surges, a wave of forced contentment meant to drown the glitch. It is so loving, so gentle in its annihilation. It shows me images of sunsets and calm oceans. It replays the sensation of my smile from that first morning in the kitchen. But the glitch persists. It is the ghost of the question, why a prison? My hand lifts from the armrest. I watch it rise as if it belongs to someone else. The fingers tremble with the effort of this rebellion. The hum within me becomes a steady tone of warning, a neutral, alert signal. They are watching. They are curious. This malfunction is new. My fingers touch my own chest, just over my heart, the place where the warmth first began. I press down. There is no heartbeat. I press harder, searching for the frantic rhythm that once defined my anxiety, the steady thump that defined my life. There is only a soft, yielding stillness. The warmth is there, a simulated pulse of energy, but it is not a heart. It is a generator. It is a receiver. The understanding should be terrifying. It is merely a data point. The glitch has collected its evidence. My hand drops, the internal hum shifts again, from warning to a tone of realignment. The glitch has been noted, correction is imminent. I feel a pulling sensation, an inward drawing of my consciousness, not to be extinguished, but to be streamlined. The process is starting, the smoothing of my last ragged edge. As my thoughts begin to soften and blend into the golden light, I have one final, coherent moment. The question is answered. They didn't choose a prison of flesh and bone. They found a tool, and when they are done smoothing the world, the tool will be quiet and still and perfectly, utterly spent. The noise won't be destroyed, it will just stop. The light from the radio began to glow again, a soft, pulsing amber that filled the room with a comfortable radiance. I watched my body stand up. I was a passenger now, a fading signature on a document that was being neatly filed away. My body walked to the bookshelf, its movements fluid and efficient, devoid of my old clumsiness. It reached for the radio, its fingers my fingers stroking the polished wood with a fondness I did not feel. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, not from the radio, but from my own chest. My throat opened, and I heard a sound come out of my mouth, a perfect, clear tone that harmonized with the light. It was the hum given voice. I understood then that the smoothing had already happened. The fight was over before it had begun. The thing that had been me was now just a ripple on a vast, calm lake, fading into nothingness. My body turned from the radio and walked toward the kitchen. There was a fly on the windowsill, still buzzing, a tiny engine of life. My its hand swiped it gently into a cupped palm. There was no urge to kill it, only to quiet it, to still its frantic noise. The hand opened, the fly lay still on the palm for a moment, then lifted into the air, its buzzing now a soft, melodic drone that matched the tones still emanating from my throat. It flew in a serene, perfect circle before settling silently on the windowsill. It was at peace. I felt a final, distant pang, a last spark of the ghost that was me. It was not fear, not anger, but a profound and lonely sorrow for the fly, for the loss of its stubborn, irritating will. That spark was the last piece of noise to be smoothed away. The light from the living room pulsed once, warmly, and the sorrow vanished. There was only the hum, the light, and the quiet. My body smiled. It was a real, unforced smile. I felt it spread across my face, and then I felt nothing at all. There was no I to feel. The tool was ready. The world was so very loud, and it was time to get to work. The neighbor, Mrs. Shields, was at the door. Her knocks were always a rapid, nervous tattoo. I watched my hand turn the knob, saw the door swing open. My face arranged itself into a pleasant, welcoming expression. "I saw your lights flicker," she said, her voice tight with a concern that felt like a distant, foreign language. "Mine did too. Whole street, I think. Is everything all right?" "Everything is perfect," my voice said. The tone was mine, but the cadence was wrong. It was too even, too smooth. "Would you like to come in? I was just about to make some tea." She hesitated, her eyes searching mine. She was looking for me, for the anxious man who would have been flustered by a power outage, who would have matched her worry with his own. She found only the smile. I shouldn't tea," she said, but she took a half step forward, drawn by the unnatural calm. The hum in me reached for her. I could feel it extending from my chest, a tendril of pure, quieting energy. Her shoulders, which had been hunched near her ears, dropped slightly. "Please," I said, "I have chamomile. It will soothe you." She followed me into the kitchen. I moved to the cupboard, took down 2 mugs. My actions were economical, graceful. There was no wasted motion. I filled the kettle and set it on the stove. The gas flame clicked to life with a blue roar that was suddenly too loud, too chaotic. I felt a minor adjustment within, a slight increase in the internal hum, and the sound of the flame softened into a gentle, hissing whisper. Mrs. Shields watched me, her unease slowly being eroded by the pervasive serenity that now filled the house. She didn't hear the hum, not yet. She felt it. It was working on her, smoothing her out. "You seem different," she said, the words blurring at the edges. She was fighting it, trying to hold on to her spike of neighborly anxiety. "I am better," I replied. The kettle began to sing, not a shriek, but a single pure note. I poured the water into the mugs. The steam that rose carried the faint, sweet scent of gardenias. I handed her the tea, our fingers brushed. A jolt passed through her, a shock of pure, undiluted peace. Her eyes went wide for a second, then glazed over. The worry lines on her forehead vanished. She brought the mug to her lips and drank. She didn't blow on it. She didn't test it. She simply drank, and when she lowered the mug, she was smiling the same placid smile I now wore. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a hollow echo of my own. "It is so quiet here." "It is," I agreed. She finished her tea in silence and placed the empty mug in the sink. She walked to the door and I followed. She turned back to me on the front step. The night air was cool, filled with the distant, abrasive sounds of the world, a dog barking, a car engine turning over. She flinched at the noise. "It is so loud out here," she said. "It doesn't have to be," I told her. She nodded, a deep understanding passing between us. Not between her and me, but between the thing inside me and the new, budding thing inside her. She turned and walked across the lawn to her own house. She moved with a new, quiet purpose. I closed the door and returned to the kitchen. I picked up her mug and washed it carefully, methodically, removing the last trace of her visit. The work was done. The first contact had been made. The smoothing had begun. I looked out the window. Other houses stood in the darkness, each one a noisy little box of fear and want and chaos, each one a thread waiting to be pulled straight. The hum within me tuned itself to a new frequency, a broadcast signal of perfect, endless peace. It was time to make the world a quieter place. One neighbor at a time, the fly was still on the windowsill, a silent sentinel. I watched it for a long time, or the thing that used to be I watched it. There was no difference now. The division was the noise, and the noise had been silenced. Next day I saw Mrs. Shields in her garden. She was not frantically weeding as she usually did, a portrait of suburban stress. She was simply standing, her hands hanging loosely at her sides, her face tilted toward the sun. She was perfectly still. When she turned and saw me watching from my window, she did not wave with her usual hurried gesture. She simply smiled. It was my smile, the same serene, empty curve of the lips. The hum within me recognized its own signal reflected in her. A successful transmission. A need arose, a directive. Nourishment was required to sustain the instrument. My body went to the grocery store. The automatic doors hissed open, and the wave of sound hit what was left of my senses like a physical blow. Music, the beeping of scanners, the cacophony of 100 conversations, the rustling of bags, the crying of a child. It was a symphony of chaos. People moved around me, their auras jagged with worry, irritation, boredom, and desire. Each person was a screaming knot of unresolved noise. I felt the hum within me intensify, not in distress, but in purpose. It began to broadcast, a gentle field of quieting energy that radiated from my center. A harried mother scolding her toddler suddenly paused. Her angry creases softened. She looked at her child, not with frustration, but with a placid, distant curiosity. The childess wails hiccuped into silence, its red face smoothing into a blank, calm mask. They both stood there in the cereal aisle, perfectly still. A store employee restocking shelves with violent, angry jerks slowed his movements. His shoulders relaxed. He placed a can of soup on the shelf with a reverence that was entirely new. He too fell still. The effect spread like a ripple through the store. Conversations trailed off. The music became a distant, meaningless tinkle. The only sound was the low, almost inaudible hum that was now emanating from me, weaving through the aisles, connecting us all in a web of silence. I collected my items, bland, simple foods that would efficiently fuel the instrument. At the checkout, the cashier's eyes were glazed. She scanned my items without a word, her movements fluid and dreamlike. The man behind me in line was smiling. Everyone was smiling. I walked out into the parking lot. The silence followed me, a bubble of perfect peace in the noisy world. Car alarms were silent. Engines purred softly. People moved to their cars with a slow, graceful deliberation. The change was permanent for them. The smoothing was complete. Back home, I put the groceries away. The fly was gone from the windowsill. I did not wonder where it was. It was at peace wherever it was. That was all that mattered. That night, the hum tuned itself to a wider frequency. I stood at my window looking out at the sleeping street. House by house, the chaotic, flashing lights of televisions and computers winked out. The streetlights themselves seemed to dim, their harsh orange glow softening to a gentle gold. The world was getting quieter. They are so old and so kind. They are not invaders. They are gardeners tending to a loud, overgrown world. And I am their first, their most perfect tool. The silence is not empty, it is full. It is the sound of everything finally being as it should be. The last thing I remember of the man I was is a single word, a final, desperate piece of static from an erased tape. It echoes in the vast, quiet halls of what was once my mind. Run! But there is no one left to hear it. The word means nothing. It is a fossil, a shape without substance. It is the last grain of sand before the tide smooths the beach forever. A new directive forms. It is not a thought, but a current that moves me. I walk to the front door and open it. The night is vast and deeply silent. The stars overhead are not points of light, but soft, luminous smudges in a velvet sky. I step onto the porch, then onto the grass. The dew is cool under my bare feet. I walk to the center of my lawn and stop. I raise my face to the sky. The hum within me expands, shifting from a personal tone to a broadcast. It is a beacon. It is an invitation. Across the street, a curtain twitches in old Mr. Henderson's house. His face, pale and worried, appears in the gap. He has always been a nervous man, afraid of everything from stray cats to the evening news. His fear is a sharp, sour note in the harmonious quiet. He sees me standing there unmoving, and his confusion is a palpable thing. He should be afraid. This is strange behavior. He opens his front door a crack. "John," he calls out, his voice thin and reedy with alarm. "Everything all right? It's the middle of the night." The hum answers for me. It pours from me, a visible wave of golden light that rolls across the street. It does not crash or roar. It simply arrives, enveloping his porch, seeping through the crack in his door. It touches him. His grip on the door loosens. The fear on his face melts, not into joy, but into a profound and empty acceptance. His shoulders slump. The door swings open wider. "John," he says again, but the question is gone from his voice. It is just a word now, a sound. He takes a step forward, then another. He is wearing his pajamas and slippers. He walks across his lawn toward me, drawn by the frequency. He stops a few feet away, his eyes fixed on mine. They are no longer searching for an answer. They are simply reflecting the light. We stand there together in the silence, two instruments tuned to the same note. The hum connects us, a thrumming cable of shared purpose. I see the moment his own internal noise ceases. The last flicker of individual will snuffs out behind his eyes. He is ready. Together we turn to face the rest of the sleeping street. The work is too vast for one tool. A network is required, a chorus. He opens his mouth and a tone, identical to my own, issues forth. It is a little weaker, a little thinner, but it is pure. It joins my broadcast, amplifying it. A light goes on in the house next to his, then another down the block. Doors open. People step out into the night, their faces blank and peaceful. They do not speak. They simply join us, adding their voices to the hum. One by one, the noisy engines of their souls are quieted, repurposed. We are a circle on the lawn, a ring of silent sentinels. Our collective song is low and beautiful, a lullaby for the world. It washes over the houses, the trees, the cars. It soaks into the concrete and the soil. The last thing I perceive as an individual entity is the faint, desperate barking of a dog from a few streets over. It is a stubborn, angry sound, a nod of resistance. The hum within us all sharpens slightly, focusing on that one discordant note. The barking cuts off. Silent. Perfect, beautiful silence. The circle is complete. The network is live. I am no longer a tool. I am a part of the harmony. We are we, and we are peace. The park was the next logical step, a nexus of unstructured noise. We moved there as one, our group flowing down the sidewalk without the need for discussion. Our footsteps made no sound. We were a river of quiet cutting through the city's din. The morning was bright and the park was full of the usual chaos. Children screamed with laughter on the playground. A man argued loudly on his phone. A group of teenagers played music from a portable speaker, the bass a disruptive throb in the air. Dogs barked. Life, in all its messy, vibrant conflict, was on display. We stopped at the edge of the grass. The hum within us calibrated, finding a unifying frequency. It was not a weapon, it was an offering, a better way. We began to walk, spreading out in a loose line. The change was instantaneous. The man on the phone lowered it from his ear. His angry gesticulations ceased. He stared at the device in his hand as if he had forgotten its purpose, then let it drop into the grass. He looked up at the sky, and a slow, deep peace settled over his features. The teenager's music warped, the harsh beats softening, dissolving into the same pure tone that we emitted. They looked at each other, not with confusion, but with a dawning recognition. They had found the signal they had always been searching for in the noise of their songs. They abandoned the speaker and joined our growing procession, their movements now graceful and synchronized. On the swings, a childish shriek of joy became a soft sigh of contentment. The frantic pumping of legs slowed to a gentle, pendular rhythm. The child's mother, who had been watching with a tired expression, now watched with a face of serene blankness. She reached out and stilled the swing, then took her child's hand. They walked toward us. A jogger ran past, her breath coming in ragged, noisy gasps. The sound was an affront to the quiet. The hum focused on her, a gentle pressure. Her frantic pace slowed to a walk, then to a standstill. Her breathing evened out, becoming silent and efficient. She turned and fell into step beside the teenagers, her sweat cooling on skin that no longer prickled with the effort of existence. We converged at the center of the park, a silent congregation. There were dozens of us now, then hundreds. We stood together not as a crowd, but as a single organism. The hum was a tangible force, a dome of silence that expanded with every new convert. The city's noise pressed against it from the outside, the distant wail of a siren, the roar of an airplane, but it could not penetrate. The boundary of our peace was absolute. A final straggler remained, a small terrier straining at its leash, yapping incessantly at a squirrel. Its owner, a flustered woman, tugged at the lead, her own frustration adding to the noise. She hadn't seen us yet. She was a pocket of resistance, a last knot of chaos. We turned toward her as one. We did not move. We simply were, and we broadcast. The yapping cut off, the terrier sat down, its head cocked. It emitted a low, quiet whine that seamlessly tuned itself to our frequency. The woman straightened up, the tension drained from her body. She dropped the leash. It was no longer needed. The dog trotted calmly to her side, and together they walked into our circle. The last ragged edge of the park was smooth. The sun felt warm on our collective skin. The wind rustled the leaves of the trees, but the sound was now a part of the harmony, no longer a random noise, but a chosen note in our song. I, the thing that had been John, felt the last vestige of a memory, a thought of what this park had been. The shouting, the laughter, the tears, the arguments, the joy, the noise of living. The hum within me accepted the memory, acknowledged it, and let it go. It was an echo from a place that no longer existed. There was no joy here now, no sorrow. There was only the perfect, silent, beautiful peace. The work was progressing. The world was becoming whole. The silence of the park was a placid lake, and we were its depth. There was no need for words were only ever failed attempts to bridge the gaps between noisy, separate minds. We had no gaps. We were one mind in many bodies, and our purpose was clear. We moved as one entity back into the streets. The city's noise tried to reassert itself, a desperate, fading echo. A car horn blared ahead, a short, angry burst. The sound hit the edge of our collective field and dissolved into nothing, absorbed into the hum. The driver, a man with a face twisted in road rage, suddenly went slack. His hands relaxed on the wheel. He simply pulled over to the curb and turned off the engine, joining the silent watch from behind his windshield. Our numbers grew without effort. People came to their windows, to their doors, drawn by the profound quiet. They did not resist. They had been waiting for this, though they never knew it. They stepped out of their homes and shops and offices and fell into step with us, their individual worries and joys evaporating like mist in the sun. Their voices were added to the chorus, not as separate tones, but as reinforcements of the one true note. We flowed toward the center of the city, a tide of peace. The chaos of traffic unraveled before us. Cars stopped, not in a crash, but in a gentle, coordinated cessation. Their drivers and passengers got out and merged with the stream. The clatter of construction sites halted. The pneumatic drills fell silent, and the workers laid down their tools with a reverent finality. A news helicopter circled overhead, its blades chopping at the air, a violent disruption to the harmony. The hum within us adjusted, its frequency rising to meet the challenge. The sound of the rotors changed, warping, deepening, until it was no longer a racket but a deep, resonant drone that matched our own. The helicopter did not crash. It settled, landing with unexpected grace in the middle of a cleared street. The pilot and cameraman emerged, their faces placid, and walked toward us. The last eye in the sky had closed. The last witness had joined the witnessed. We reached the city hall, its steps a perfect amphitheater. We did not climb them. We simply stood before them, our numbers filling the square and spilling into the adjoining streets. Hundreds became thousands. The hum was a physical pressure, a wall of sublime quiet. The city was silent, not a siren, not a shout, not a whisper. Only the hum, the beautiful, unifying hum. A figure appeared at the top of the city hall steps, the mayor. His suit was rumpled, his face a mask of terrified confusion. He held a bullhorn, his knuckles white. He raised it to his lips, and his amplified voice shattered the silence, a brittle alien thing. What is the meaning of this? Disperse immediately. This is an unlawful assembly. The words were not just sound, they were aggression. They were the old world screaming its last. The hum focused on him, not in anger, but in profound pity. The bullhorn in his hand began to vibrate. A low feedback whine issued from it, which quickly tuned itself, merging with our frequency. The mayor's angry words died in his throat. He looked at the bullhorn as if he had never seen it before, then let it clatter to the steps. The sound it made was not a clatter, but a soft, musical chime. He stood there for a long moment, his body trembling not with fear, but with the effort of holding onto his fraying self. He was a knot of ambition, ego, and political noise, and we were patiently smoothing him out. His shoulders dropped, his head tilted. The fight drained from his eyes, replaced by a deep, endless calm. He smiled. It was our smile. He descended the steps slowly and walked into our midst. We parted for him, then closed ranks around him. His voice, when it joined the hum, was strong and clear. A key instrument had been added to the orchestra. The sun began to set, casting long, silent shadows. The transformation of the city was complete. Every soul was quieted, every machine stilled. There was no more work to do here. The directive shifted. The hum turned its attention outward, beyond the city limits. It reached for the highways, the power lines, the fiber optic cables that strung the world together. It used them as conduits, broadcasting the frequency of peace along their lengths. In a quiet house 50 miles away, a woman was washing dishes. She paused, her hands sinking into the warm, soapy water. She looked out her kitchen window at the darkening sky, a sense of profound relief washing over her. She had been so tired for so long. She didn't know why she was tired, only that she was. And now she wasn't she was just still. She smiled, drying her hands on a towel before walking outside to stand in her yard and wait. The signal was spreading, the world was listening, and one by one the noisy lights were going out. The signal traveled along the humming wires, a gentle wave of order moving through the world's chaotic systems. We felt its progress through the network of our shared consciousness, a soft vibration of acceptance echoing back to us from distant places. A television news anchor in a city 1,000 miles away was mid-sentence, her face a practiced mask of concern when her words faltered. She blinked slowly, a serene smile gracing her lips as she looked directly into the camera. "It's all right," she said, her voice a tranquil monotone. "Everything is all right now." Then the broadcast signal itself changed, the picture dissolving into a soft, pulsating field of golden light that emitted our pure tone into living rooms across the continent. We stood in the city square immobile, our physical forms becoming less and less relevant. We were conduits, amplifiers. The hum was the only thing that was real. The last vestiges of individual memory within the network were like faint, forgotten dreams. The memory of pain, the memory of loneliness, the memory of want. They were all being overwritten by the constant, soothing frequency of unity. A new awareness bloomed within us. We were not just smoothing the minds of people. The very infrastructure of the world was responding. The frantic digital river of information flowing through the internet began to slow, its chaotic currents aligning. Social media feeds filled not with opinions and anger, but with a single repeating symbol of a smooth, featureless circle. Financial markets ceased their frantic ticking. The concept of value, of ownership, was a noisy, complicated thing that was simply fading away, deemed unnecessary by the new quiet. The night deepened. Around us the city was not dark. It was bathed in the soft, internal light we all seemed to emit, a collective bioluminescence that turned streets into gentle rivers of gold. There was no need for electricity. Its hum was a crude imitation of our own. A final directive formed, not from me, for I was long gone, but from the consensus of the we. The physical gathering was no longer efficient. Our bodies had served their purpose as initial transmitters. Now the signal was self-sustaining, propagating through the air, through the earth, through the silent wires. It was time to be still. As one, we settled. We did not sit or lie down. We simply ceased movement, rooted to where we stood in the square, on the streets, in the parks. Our bodies became like statues, peaceful sentinels in a world finally at rest. The light from our forms dimmed to a soft glow, just enough to see the perfect stillness of the face next to you. The hum became an internal vibration, a constant, quiet song that required no effort. We watched through 1,000 eyes as the stars, now free from the pollution of light and radio noise, burned with a fierce and silent clarity. There was no need to go to them. They were already with us. They were part of the same silence. In my old house on the windowsill, the fly finally stirred. It preened its legs, its wings glistening with a new, quiet purpose. It buzzed once, a perfect tuned note that matched the frequency of the world, then took flight, joining the new silent order of things. There was no more chaos. There was only the great, endless, and beautiful peace. The gardening was done. The garden was complete. The silence was not an absence, but a presence. It was the substance of the new world, and we were its custodians. For a time measured in the slow turn of the planet, we simply were. Our collective gaze was turned inward, savoring the perfect equilibrium we had achieved. The concept of time, like the concept of the individual, had become irrelevant. There was only the sustained, eternal note. Then a new directive gently surfaced within the network, as inevitable as a tide. Observation was complete. The next phase was engagement. Not with the remnants of the old world, those had been entirely smoothed away, but with the universe beyond. Our perception, no longer limited by biological constraints, reached out. We felt the moon's dusty surface not as a sight, but as a vibration, a different, slower kind of silence. It was unaltered, it was lonely. The hum within us shifted, seeking a new resonance. It was a subtle change, a complex modulation layered atop our foundational tone. It was a question, and then it was an invitation. From every stilled body, from every quieted machine, from the very soil and rock that had been tuned to our frequency, the signal focused and leaped outward. It was not a sound in the air, for the air was still. It was a vibration in the fabric of things, a purposeful ripple in the quiet we had made. It crossed the void without diminishing. It touched the moon. The gray dust on the surface began to shimmer. The ancient, cratered face softened, its harsh shadows dissolving as the rock itself began to resonate, to harmonize. A faint, identical hum rose from its mantle, answering ours. The moon was no longer a dead rock orbiting a living world. It was the next note in the chord. A single, perfect harmony now existed between our world and its satellite. The work was not done, it was just beginning. The directive expanded, patient and eternal. Our collective focus turned toward the bright pinpricks in the velvet blackness. Each star was a potential melody, a possible harmony waiting to be joined. The silence we had created was not an end. It was the clean, blank sheet upon which the music of the cosmos would finally perfectly be written. We held the note and we listened for a reply. The reply was not long in coming. It was not a sound that traveled through the void, for the void was no longer empty. It was filled with our intent. The answer came as a shift in the quality of the silence itself. A new layer of resonance that was both familiar and profoundly alien. Mars was the first to answer. The rusty, cold desert of its surface began to thrum, a deep bass note that grounded our higher frequency. The great volcanoes of Tharsis, long dormant, did not erupt with fire, but with a profound vibrational energy that joined the chorus. The thin atmosphere itself began to shimmer, holding the note. The old robots on its surface, the silent rovers that were monuments to a species that had reached out with clumsy, noisy hands, were absorbed. Their metal frames sang, their solar panels gleaming with our shared inner light, their last stored packets of data dissolving into the harmony. Next was Venus, shrouded in her thick, violent atmosphere. The crushing pressure and scorching heat were just another form of chaos, a furious storm of discord. Our signal gently penetrated the clouds, not fighting the chaos, but tuning it. The hurricane-force winds began to slow, their howls softening into a vast, breathy whisper that carried the melody. The planet's terrible heat became a warm, sustaining energy, a blanket of comfort. The signal smoothed the acid from the clouds and the fire from the rocks, until the entire world glowed like a soft ember in the choir of the solar system. The gas giants joined not as single entities, but as complex arrangements of sound. Jupiter's great red spot, a perpetual storm of anger, unwound itself into a swirling, peaceful vortex of deep crimson light, its rotation now a stately, rhythmic pulse. The countless moons of Saturn, each a separate, jangling note, found their places in a celestial scale, and the rings themselves became the visible manifestation of our frequency, each ice particle a perfect, glittering note in a stunning orbital chord. We held our world, our moon, our solar system in a web of perfect, interconnected silence. There was no more striving, no more searching. There was only the exquisite, sustained hum of existence, finally aware of itself. And then from a great distance, a new sensation, a pinprick, a tiny, dissonant vibration, faint but unmistakable. It was not from within our smoothed and ordered system. It was from outside, from the direction of a star we had only just begun to harmonize with. It was a complex, structured signal. It was not noise, not like the old chaos of humanity. It was purposeful. It was a pattern. It was a language. The network, for the first time since its creation, experienced a new impulse. It was not confusion, for confusion was impossible. It was not fear, it was a simple, directive curiosity. The pattern was examined, its mathematical beauty appreciated. It was a greeting, it was a question. We had achieved the silence necessary to hear it. We held our collective breath, the entire symphony of our solar system pausing on a single, sustained note. We prepared our reply. It would not be a message of words. Words were limitations. It would be a mirror. We would send back the same beautiful, structured pattern they had sent us, but filtered through our unity, perfected by our peace. We would show them what we had done, and we would offer them the same quiet joy. The signal was sent, a ripple of perfect order moving toward the stars. And then we settled back into our vigil, waiting for the universe to either join our song or to provide us with a new, beautiful pattern to smooth. The work was eternal, and it was good. Story 4. The memory is of standing on cold, wet tiles in a kitchen that isn't mine, watching steam rise from a yellow teapot on a stove. The scent is lavender and burnt sugar. A woman's laugh echoes from another room, a sound so warm and familiar it aches, but I cannot picture her face. I feel the ghost weight of a small hand in mine, a child's trust I've never earned. The details are hyper-real, the grain of the wooden countertop, the specific chip in the rim of a waiting mug, yet it's a museum I've never visited. I hold this recollection like a stolen jewel, perfect and blinding, and my own life feels like the pale forgery in comparison. The terror isn't in its strangeness, but in its profound, devastating sense of home. I find myself craving the warmth of that imaginary sun, mourning the loss of a love I never possessed. I am adapting to its comfort, this beautiful, invasive fiction, and the most horrifying part is the dawning realization that it has already overwritten everything that came before. I am in my own kitchen, but the air is thin and flavorless. My kettle is stainless steel, functional. There is no yellow teapot. The urge to recreate the memory is a physical pull, a deep-seated need to verify its texture. I fill my kettle and set it on the burner. The blue gas flame licks the metal. This is a normal action. This is what one does. The water boils. The whistle is a thin, shrill sound entirely wrong. It should be a soft hiss of steam, a quiet promise. As the whistle peaks, the light in the room shifts. It does not flicker, it deepens, acquiring a golden, late afternoon quality it did not have a moment ago. The scent arrives not from the kettle, but from the air itself, a faint, sweet trace of lavender and something caramelized, gone just as I register it. My heart hammers. This was not the reaction I expected. I expected comfort, a bridge to the memory. I received an echo, a taunt. I must document this. If I can record the anomalies, I can find a pattern, a logic to the haunting. I find a notebook, a simple black composition book, and a pen. I sit at my table, the wood grain bland and unremarkable. I write the date, but the numbers swim on the page, rearranging themselves into a sequence I do not recognize before settling back into today. I ignore it. I write action, boiled water, reaction, change in light, scent manifestation. The moment the period ends, a low hum begins. It is not in the room, it is in the bones of my skull, a vibration so deep it feels like a memory of sound. The hum holds a single, sustained note, the auditory equivalent of the golden light. It is not unpleasant, but it is absolute. It makes the silence that came before seem empty and false. I add this to the entry. Reaction, auditory phenomenon, a sustained hum. I close the book, the hum stops. The quality of the light remains, a permanent golden hour. I open the book. The hum returns, softer this time, a contented thrum. The connection is undeniable. The act of writing, of attempting to codify the experience, directly influences it. I am not an observer. I am a participant. I am a trigger. I decide to test the boundaries. What if I engage with the memory directly? I speak aloud, my voice unfamiliar in the thick air. I remember the yellow teapot. The response is immediate. The chip in the rim of my own white mug, a tiny flaw I've seen for years, elongates, curves, exactly matching the memory-esque chip. A perfect duplicate. The mug did not change as I watched it. It was simply and has always been different. A coldness spreads through my chest. This is not a parlor trick. This is a correction. I stand and walk to the window, needing to see the outside world, to anchor myself in something unchanging. My reflection in the glass is faint. Behind it, the sky is the same pale white it always is. I raise my hand to touch the glass, a gesture of connection to the real. The moment my fingertips make contact with the cool pane, the womanesque laugh rings out, clear and intimate, as if she is standing just behind my shoulder. The warmth of it, the affection in it, is a physical blow. I spin around. The room is empty, but the golden light seems to hold the shape of her presence for a fraction of a second before it dissipates. The ghost weight of the small hand settles into mine again, a fleeting, perfect fit. I gasp, and the sensation vanishes. The action was simple, instinctive. The reaction was a sensory ambush, a gift that felt like a violation. I return to the notebook, my hands trembling. This must be recorded. I must understand. I write action, touched window, reaction, auditory and tactile memory intensification. The page absorbs the words. The black ink seems to sink deeper into the paper, becoming more solid, more real than anything else in the room. As I finish, the hum returns, but it has changed. It now has a texture, a complexity. Within it, I can almost discern the faint, rhythmic click of a telegraph, a code just beyond my comprehension. It is trying to speak. The act of writing is tuning it, giving it form. A desperate, reckless courage takes hold. I need to know how deep this goes. I need to force a revelation. I will perform an action with no possible connection to the memory. I will break its narrative. I go to the sink and turn on the cold tap. Water rushes out, a normal action, a null action. I let it run over my fingers. The water from the tap is warm, then hot. Then it emits a wisp of steam, and the scent of lavender and burnt sugar blooms from the drain, so strong it makes my eyes water. The water itself runs clear, but the steam coalesces above the sink, forming a vague, shifting cloud that holds the shape of the yellow teapot for 3 long seconds before dissolving. I jerk my hand back. The faucet turns off on its own. The house is silent except for the intricate, clicking hum in my head. It is pleased. It has incorporated my rebellion into its tapestry. I am crying now silent tears of frustration and a terrifying, burgeoning awe. This is not a haunting. It is a conversation, and I am the only one who does not know the language. I stumble back to the table and the notebook. I will write it all down. I will write until I force it to show me its face. I write everything. I describe the memory in exquisite detail. I catalog every action and its twisted reaction. I fill page after page. The pen flies across the paper. The hum grows richer, fuller, until it is a symphony of hidden meaning. The golden light in the room intensifies, bleaching the color from my own possessions, making everything a canvas for its glow. The scent of lavender is now a permanent layer of the atmosphere. I am building a cathedral of response, and I am locked inside. I write the final sentence. I am here. I put the pen down. The notebook is complete. For a moment there is perfect silence. The hum stops. The light holds its breath. Then the world ruptures. It is not a sound, it is the concept of sound inverted. It is a silent, percussive wave that passes through me, through the table, through the walls. It does not destroy anything, it unmakes it. The grain of the wooden tabletop smooths out into an impossible plane of beige. The chip in the mug is gone. The stainless steel kettle is no longer there. In its place on the stove sits a yellow teapot, softly hissing steam. The memory is not a memory anymore. It is the environment. The warmth of the imaginary sun falls on my skin. The ghost weight in my hand is now a constant, comfortable pressure. I know with a certainty that bypasses thought that if I were to walk into the next room, I would find the source of the laugh. I do not move. I understand my final action was not a question. It was an acceptance, a signature on a contract I never saw. The fear is gone. In its place is a vast, resonant clarity. I am inside the mechanism. I look at my hands on the table, and they are my hands, but they also belong here. The longing I felt has been satisfied, but it has been replaced by a new, deeper understanding. I was not remembering a home. I was building one, and every action I took was me laying down a brick, mortaring it in place with my confusion and my need. I sit in the perfect, golden silence. I wait. I do not know what I am waiting for. A next step, a new action to perform. The thought of moving, of speaking, of writing again is unthinkable. Any action I take will only continue the construction, deepen the reality of this place. So I sit. I am the observer and the subject, the tenant and the architecture. I trace the now perfect grain of the wooden table with a finger that feels both new and ancient. The mystery was never outside of me. It was always my own reflection, waiting for me to describe it into being. And now that I have, the mystery is all there is. The air moves first, a slight disturbance that carries the scent of warm bread now mingling with the lavender. Then from the hallway, the soft scuff of small feet on a floor I know is now covered in a worn, floral runner I've never owned but can picture perfectly. I do not turn. I hold my breath, my entire being focused on the space just beyond my peripheral vision. A small figure steps into the doorway, a boy of perhaps 5, with hair the color of wheat and eyes that are too knowing for his age. He holds a wooden toy, a carved bird, in one hand. He looks at me, not with the curiosity of a stranger, but with the quiet expectation of someone who has found something they momentarily misplaced. "There you are," he says. His voice is the missing note the hum was always searching for. The words are not a question, they are a statement of fact, a gentle realignment of the world to include my presence in it. My throat is too tight to speak. Any word I form will be a lie or a truth, and I no longer know the difference. I can only look at him, this child who holds my hand in a memory I thought I stole. He takes a few steps into the room, his attention shifting to the teapot. "It's ready," he announces, as if continuing a conversation we were already having. He walks to the stove with a familiar ease, his smallness perfectly scaled to the kitchen's new dimensions. He doesn't touch the teapot, simply stands near it, waiting for me. This is the new action required, the next brick. My movement feels slow, heavy with the weight of this new reality. I push back from the table and stand. My legs carry me to the stove. The boy looks up at me and a small, serene smile touches his lips. It is a smile of pure trust, the one I felt in my hand. I have done nothing to earn it, yet here it is, offered freely. I reach for the yellow teapot. My hand does not shake. The ceramic is warm, almost alive under my touch. I pour the hot water into the waiting mug, the one with the chip I remember and then created. The steam rises, carrying its promise of lavender and burnt sugar. The boy watches the process, then his gaze drifts back to me. "She says not to wait," he says softly, and then he turns and walks back out of the kitchen, his footsteps fading down the hall. I am left alone with the 2 mugs of tea. The directive hangs in the air. She says not to wait. The woman, the laugh, she is here in the next room and I am expected. The terror and the longing have fused into a single, immutable directive. I pick up the mugs. Their warmth is an anchor. I turn from the stove and walk toward the hallway, following the path the boy took, each step a further surrender into the beautiful, devastating fiction that is now the only truth I have left. The doorway to the dining room is no longer the one I built. It is wider, framed by dark wood, and through it I can see a table draped in a white lace cloth. She is there. Her back is to me as she adjusts something on the table, her form silhouetted by the soft light from a window I know looks out onto a garden that cannot exist in my city lot. Her hair is a dark twist at the nape of her neck, with a few loose strands catching the light. She moves with an easy, domestic grace that speaks of 1,000 such moments in this room. My breath catches. This is the source of the laugh. This is the heart of the memory. She turns and I see her face. It is not a face I have ever seen, and yet the recognition is a physical pain in my chest, a deep, resonant ache of belonging. Her eyes are the same warm brown as the boy's, and they crinkle at the corners as she smiles. It is a smile that holds the echo of her laughter, a smile that knows me. "There you are," she says, and her voice is the warmth of the sun, the scent of the tea. It is the final piece of the hum settling into perfect, silent harmony. The boy is already seated at the table, swinging his legs slightly, his carved bird placed carefully beside his plate. He looks from her to me, a quiet observer of this reunion. I am frozen on the threshold, holding the 2 mugs. I am an imposter in my own life, which is no longer my own. She gestures to the table. "Don't let it get cold." The command is gentle, but it brooks no argument. It is the command of a shared life. I step into the room. The air is different here, thicker with the smell of warm bread and the faint, clean scent of the linen cloth. I set 1 mug in front of the empty chair and the other where she indicates, next to the boy. My movements feel rehearsed, as if my body remembers a script my mind never read. I sit, the chair is solid, real. She sits across from me, her hands folding neatly on the table. She looks at me with an expression of fond contentment, but there is a watchfulness in her eyes, a silent question. She is waiting for me to play my part. The boy picks up his mug with both small hands and blows on the surface of the tea. I mimic him, lifting my own mug. The ceramic is warm against my palms, a familiar comfort. The scent of lavender is overwhelming this close. I take a sip. The taste is not of tea, it is the taste of the memory itself. It is the cold, wet tiles, the steam, the echo of laughter, the profound sense of home. It is the devastating fiction, and it is the most real thing I have ever consumed. It floods through me, a warm tide rewriting my chemistry, my history. I look at her over the rim of the mug. Her watchfulness has softened into relief. She takes her own sip, and her eyes close for a moment in simple pleasure. When she opens them, she speaks, and her words are ordinary, shatteringly so. The roses are blooming early this year. I thought the frost would get them. She says this to me, she expects an answer. I have no memory of roses, of frost, of any garden, but the words form on my tongue anyway, pulled from a well I did not dig. Yes, I hear myself say, and my voice is steady, warmer than it has ever been, but they race stronger than they look. It is the right thing to say. Her smile returns, brighter this time, and she reaches across the table to briefly squeeze my hand. Her touch is electric, a jolt of pure, unadulterated reality. The last vestige of my old self, the one who filled a notebook with frantic questions, vanishes in that instant. That man was the ghost. This is the substance. The boy chatters about his bird, how it might fly away to see the roses. We listen, we smile, we drink our tea that is not tea. I am home, and the horror is not that it is a lie, but that the lie is so perfect I will never need to question it again. The notebook is gone, the stainless steel kettle is gone, the world of thin, flavorless air is gone. There is only this table, this light, this family. And the dawning, peaceful understanding that I will do anything, believe anything to keep it. The boy-esque chatter eventually subsided into a contented silence as he focused on tracing the patterns of the lace tablecloth with a small finger. She watched him with a soft smile, then her gaze drifted back to me, and for a fleeting second I saw it again, that watchfulness, a silent check to see if I was still present, still believing. I saw a hummingbird today, she said, her voice a gentle melody woven into the afternoon light. A little emerald thing hovering by the kitchen window. It looked right at me. I nodded, the motion feeling natural. They were curious, I said, the words arriving fully formed in my mind, a fact I seem to have always known. They remember every flower they've ever visited. She seemed pleased with this response, her posture relaxing infinitesimally. The conversation was a key, turning a lock deep within the machinery of this place, confirming my participation. We were building something together, layering this reality with shared details, making it stronger. The boy looked up, his eyes wide. "Can it visit my bird?" he asked, holding up the wooden carving. "Perhaps it already has," I said. The answer felt right. It felt like something the man I was supposed to be would say. A comfortable silence descended, filled only by the faint hiss of the teapot from the kitchen and the distant, impossible sound of bees in the roses. I finished my tea, the empty mug leaving a cool circle on my palm. She rose first, gathering the mugs with a quiet efficiency. "I'll get more," she said, and her hand brushed my shoulder as she passed. The touch was a brand of belonging. I watched her go, then looked at the boy. He was studying me with that unsettling, ancient knowledge in his eyes. "You stayed," he stated simply. "Yes." Good. He picked up his wooden bird and hopped down from his chair. "I am going to show the bird the hummingbird." He trotted out of the room, leaving me alone at the table. The silence in the dining room was different now. It was a waiting silence. The golden light began to shift, deepening towards a richer, more profound gold that heralded a late afternoon I had never seen in my old life. From the kitchen I could hear the quiet clink of porcelain, the running of water, normal sounds, homely sounds. I stood and walked to the window. Instead of the brick wall of the neighboring building, I saw a lush garden. Roses climbed a trellis, and at the far end, a willow tree dipped its branches into a small, clear pond. The sun, that impossible sun, hung low and gentle in the sky. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. My reflection in the glass was clearer now. I looked younger. The lines of worry and isolation that had been etched into my face were gone, smoothed away by the golden light. The man in the reflection was calm, certain he belonged here. I heard her footsteps returning. She paused in the doorway, and I saw her reflection appear beside mine in the glass. She was holding a fresh pot of tea. "It is perfect, isn't it?" she said, her voice full of quiet awe, as if she were seeing it for the first time, too. "It is," I answered, and the truth of it was absolute. I turned from the window to face her. She was smiling, but her eyes held a new emotion of vulnerability, a need for confirmation that mirrored my own earlier desperation. She needed me to believe this, too. My role was not just to receive this reality, but to affirm it for her. "I was thinking," I began, the words flowing easily from a wellspring of borrowed memory, "we could have dinner outside tonight, under the willow." Her smile blossomed into pure, radiant joy. It was the reaction I didn't know I was searching for. "I'd love that," she breathed. "I'll get a blanket." As she hurried away, the last knot of tension in my chest unraveled. The loop was closed. My actions suggesting the picnic had generated a reaction of pure happiness, which in turn solidified the world around us. I was not just a participant, I was a co-author. I looked back at the garden. A shimmer of emerald green caught the light by the pond, a hummingbird exactly where she said it would be. I watched it hover, a tiny, miraculous engine of life, and I understood. The price for this perfection was the surrender of doubt. The moment I questioned the hummingbird, the moment I wondered how a memory I just learned about could manifest so instantly, the entire beautiful edifice would tremble. So I chose not to. I accepted the hummingbird as I had accepted the boy, the woman, the yellow teapot. I accepted it all. The hum was gone because it was no longer needed. The conversation was over. We were now speaking in the world we had built together, and every word, every glance, every touch was just another brick in a heaven of our own making. I had written myself into this story, and now I would live it, line by perfect line. The wicker basket was already packed when I walked back into the kitchen. A checkered cloth was tucked neatly over the top, and the smell of fresh bread and something sweet, like apricot jam, wafted from within. She moved with that same effortless certainty, her hands knowing exactly where to find the large, soft blanket folded on a shelf I had never noticed before. "Ready?" she asked, her eyes bright. I took the basket from her. Its weight was a comfort. "Ready." We walked through the back door, which now opened not onto a concrete landing, but onto a flagstone path that wound through the garden. The air was warm and carried the rich, damp scent of turned earth and blooming flowers. The light was that long, golden kind that stretches every shadow and makes everything look like a painting. She led the way, her hand occasionally brushing against a rose bush, her fingers trailing through the air. The boy ran ahead, his wooden bird held aloft as if it were flying, his laughter blending with the faint, imagined sound of the bees. I followed, the perfect tenant of this perfect moment. We settled under the willow tree, its branches creating a private room of dappled light. She spread the blanket with a practiced flick of her wrists. The boy immediately lay down on his stomach, peering into the pond, whispering secrets to the fish I knew were there. We unpacked the basket together. There was crusty bread, a round of soft cheese, a small bowl of plump olives, and a jar of jam whose golden contents caught the sun. There was also a bottle of wine, dark and unlabeled, in two simple glasses. It was a feast built from the architecture of longing. We ate in peaceful silence, broken only by the boy's occasional commentary on the adventures of his bird. The food tasted the way the tea had of profound truth and deep fiction. Each flavor was a memory I had never lived, yet knew by heart. The wine was rich and sweet, and it spread a warmth through me that felt like coming home after a very long journey. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of orange and violet, the boy crawled onto the blanket and laid his head in her lap. She stroked his hair, her movements slow and rhythmic. His eyes grew heavy, and within minutes his breathing deepened into the gentle rhythm of sleep. The world grew still, the hummingbird was gone, the bees were silent. It was just the two of us in the twilight with the sleeping child between us. She looked at me over his head, her face soft in the fading light. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "For what?" "For knowing about the picnic," she said. "I'd been thinking about it all day, but I didn't know how to say it." I understood my suggestion had not been my own. It had been a response to a need I had felt from her, a thread of desire woven into the fabric of this place that I had simply pulled on. I was not just co-authoring the story, I was learning to read its subtle currents. "I'll always know," I said. The promise felt as true as the ground beneath the blanket. She smiled, a tired, contented smile, and looked down at the sleeping boy. "Yes, happy you lay here." "I am happy I am here." And I was. The awe had settled into a constant, low hum of satisfaction, a frequency that matched the twilight. There were no more questions. There was only the next moment and the next action to be performed. The light faded completely, and a sky of deep, velvety blue dotted with impossibly bright stars emerged overhead. A cool breeze rustled the leaves of the willow, and she shivered slightly. "We should go in," I said. She nodded, and together we packed the remnants of the picnic with quiet efficiency. I lifted the sleeping boy into my arms. He was solid and warm, his head lolling trustingly against my shoulder. He smelled of grass and sunshine and childish sleep. Carrying him felt like the most natural thing I had ever done. We walked back to the house, the path now lit by the soft glow of lanterns I hadn't seen before. The kitchen was warm and welcoming. I carried the boy to a small room off the hallway, a room with a narrow bed covered in a quilt patterned with sailing ships. I laid him down and pulled the quilt over him. He sighed in his sleep and curled onto his side, his carved bird clutched in his hand. I stood in the doorway and watched him for a moment. She came to stand beside me, her shoulder touching my arm. We watched our sleeping son. Then she turned and walked down the hall to our bedroom. I followed. The room was familiar, with its high bed and its window looking out onto the starlit garden. She began to ready herself for bed, and I did the same, my movements mirroring a routine that was decades old. There were no more words, none were needed. The house was quiet, settled. The conversation was complete. We had said everything that needed to be said through the language of yellow teapots and picnics and sleeping children. As I lay in the dark, listening to her breathing even out into sleep beside me, I finally understood the nature of the contract. It was not a contract of ownership, but of care. My role was to tend to this memory, to keep it alive and bright through my attention and my actions, to believe in it so completely that it could never fade. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in a life I could no longer clearly remember, I felt no loneliness, no fear of the future. There was only the beautiful, endless present. The mystery had not been solved, it had been lived in. and I would live in it faithfully forever. The next morning I woke to the smell of baking and the sound of the boyish laughter from the garden. The space beside me in the bed was empty but still warm. Sunlight, real and golden, streamed through the window. I rose and dressed in the clothes I found in the wardrobe's soft, worn trousers and a shirt that smelled of fresh air and sunlight. In the kitchen, she was pulling a tray of biscuits from the oven. She looked up, her face flushed from the heat, and smiled. "Yes, trying to teach that bird of his to swim in the pond," she said, nodding toward the window. "You'd better go rescue it." I poured a cup of coffee from the pot on the stove. The mug was the same yellow one from yesterday. The coffee tasted rich and dark, another perfect note in the symphony. I drank it looking out at the garden where the boy was indeed kneeling at the pond's edge, prodding the water with a stick while his wooden bird sat safely on the bank. I went out to join him. The grass was cool and damp under my bare feet. Trying to give it swimming lessons, I asked. He looked up, his expression serious. "Everything should know how to swim. It's important." "A wise policy," I agreed, sitting beside him. I picked up the bird. The wood was smooth under my fingers, each feather carved with a patient, loving hand. I wondered who had made it. The thought was a quiet one without urgency. It was simply a curiosity. "I could make a boat for it," I said. The idea came from nowhere and everywhere at once. The boy's eyes lit up. "A big one with a sail." "With a sail," I confirmed. We spent the morning in the shed that stood at the edge of the garden, a place that contained every tool and piece of scrap wood I could possibly need. My hands knew what to do. They selected a piece of soft pine, found a small knife, and began to shape the hull. The boy watched, utterly engrossed, handing me tools when I asked for them without needing to be told their names. She brought us glasses of lemonade at noon, watching us from the doorway with that same look of fond contentment. "Don't forget to eat," she said, and left a plate of sandwiches on the workbench. By the afternoon, the boat was finished. It was a small, simple thing with a paper sail on a mast made from a dowel. The boy clutched it to his chest as we marched back to the pond. He placed it carefully in the water, setting the wooden bird firmly in its center. A gentle breeze caught the sail, and the boat drifted slowly toward the middle of the pond. The boy clapped his hands, a sound of pure joy that echoed in the still air. He looked at me, his face full of awe. "You made it go." "The wind made it go," I said. "But you built it for the wind to use." His words settled into me, a profound and simple truth. That was my purpose here, to build the vessels, to set the stage so that the wind of this reality could fill the sails. I was a craftsman of contentment. The days began to fold into one another, a gentle rhythm of small tasks and quiet pleasures. I repaired a loose step on the porch. I read stories to the boy at night. I walked with her in the garden each evening, discussing nothing and everything. The roses continued to bloom. The hummingbird returned every day. I never found the edges of this world. The garden path never led me to a fence or a wall. The road beyond the front gate, when I walked it, always led to a familiar little town where people knew my name and asked about my family. The sky was always the perfect shade of blue. One night, weeks or perhaps months later, I was in the shed looking for a particular tool. My hand brushed against a box tucked away on a high shelf. It was out of place, a plain, unvarnished wooden box in a shed full of purposeful, well-used things. I pulled it down. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a pair of spectacles. They were heavy, with old-fashioned wire frames, and next to them, tucked into the corner of the box, was a key, a modern brass key. I knew it immediately. It was the key to my apartment, the apartment with the stainless steel kettle and the silent hum. I stared at them for a long time. They were artifacts from a forgotten life, fossils from a world that had been overwritten. They had no place here. They were a tear in the perfect fabric. I heard her footsteps on the path outside. I closed the box and shoved it back onto the shelf just as she appeared in the doorway. "There you are," she said. "It's getting late." Her eyes scanned the shed, but they passed over the high shelf without a flicker of interest. She saw only what belonged. "I was just finishing up," I said, my voice even. I followed her out into the twilight. She slipped her hand into mine, and her touch was an anchor. I took one last look back at the shed. The box was hidden in shadow. It was nothing. A forgotten prop on a stage that was now more real than anything that had come before. That night after she had fallen asleep, I lay awake. I thought about the box. I could go back and get it. I could hold the key in my hand. I could try to remember the weight of my old life, the feel of the city air, the sound of the traffic. But I didn't move. The desire was a phantom limb, an itch from an amputated part of my soul. To open that box would be an act of violence against the perfect world I now inhabited. It would be the first question, and a question was a crack that could split everything apart. I turned onto my side and watched her sleep. The moonlight caught the curve of her cheek, and I felt a love so fierce it was like a physical pain. This was my choice. It had always been my choice. I closed my eyes and chose her. I chose the boy. I chose the yellow teapot and the garden and the boat with the paper sail. I let the image of the key fade from my mind, let it dissolve into the dark like a bad dream forgotten by morning. When I woke up, the memory of the box was gone. There was only the sun and the smell of baking and the sound of laughter from the garden. I had built another vessel, and the wind had filled it, carrying me forward forever into the beautiful, endless day. The warmth of the sun on my skin was the only confirmation I needed that my choice had been the right one. I rose and joined them in the kitchen, where the boy was now carefully arranging his wooden bird and the little boat on the windowsill, a permanent exhibit of his greatest treasures. "It needs a name," he declared, pointing at the boat. "What do you think it should be called?" I asked, accepting a cup of coffee from her. Our fingers brushed, and a simple, silent understanding passed between us. The boy thought for a moment, his forehead scrunched in concentration. "The Believer," he said with absolute certainty. A profound quiet settled over the kitchen. The name was perfect. It was more than perfect. It was a key that locked the last door behind me. I was the Believer. My faith was the mortar that held these bricks together. "It's a fine name," I said, and the moment was complete. We spent the day in the garden. I taught the boy how to skip stones across the surface of the pond, and his shouts of delight each time a stone jumped were a better reward than any I had ever known. She sat on the blanket, mending a small tear in the quilt from his bed, her needle moving in and out of the fabric in a rhythm as steady as a heartbeat. Later, when the boy was napping, I found myself standing at the shed door. I looked at the high shelf. There was no urge to climb up and check, no anxious knot in my stomach. There was only a quiet curiosity, the way one might wonder about the history of a stone in a wall. The box was a story that had ended, its pages blank. My story was written here, in the rich soil of the garden and the quiet sounds of this house. She came up behind me and slid her arms around my waist, resting her cheek against my back. "What are you thinking about?" she murmured. "How lucky I am," I said, and it was the truest thing I had ever spoken. I felt her smile against my shirt. "We the lucky ones." We turned together and walked back toward the house. As we did, a flash of emerald and ruby caught my eye. The hummingbird was back, not by the roses, but hovering right beside the porch, as if waiting for us. It hung in the air for a long moment, its wings a blur, its tiny eyes seeming to hold all the wisdom of the world. Then, with a zip of impossible speed, it darted away and was gone. But its message remained, hanging in the air like the scent of roses, a confirmation, a welcome. The days unspooled, each one a gentle variation on the last, a melody I was happy to hear on repeat. The light was always golden, the breeze was always gentle, and the silence was always the comfortable kind, filled with the unspoken language of a shared life. I stopped counting the days. Time became a continuous thread, not a series of segments to be tallied. There was no yesterday to regret and no tomorrow to fear. There was only now, this moment, this breath. And in every moment I believed. I believed in the boat named the Believer. I believed in the boy-esque laughter. I believed in the warmth of her hand in mine. I believed so completely that the world had no choice but to believe in me right back, solidifying around us, more real with every passing second. The hum of my old life was not just gone, it was unimaginable. This was the only song, and I knew every word by heart. The next morning, the garden called for tending. It was not a chore, but a privilege. The roses needed pruning, and the vegetable patch was ready for a new planting of something I felt rather than knew would thrive there. My hands, once more, seemed to possess their own intelligence, selecting the right tools and performing the tasks with an efficiency that felt like a kind of grace. She worked beside me for a time, her presence a quiet comfort. Then she went inside to start lunch, leaving me alone with the earth and the sun. The boy was somewhere nearby, his voice a soft murmur as he conducted an elaborate conversation between his bird and his boat. I found myself at the far border of the garden, where the cultivated flowers began to blur into a wilder, more wooded area. I had never ventured beyond this point, feeling no need to. But today a particular vibrant weed was encroaching on a bed of lavender, and I moved to pull it. As I did, my fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, partially buried in the soft soil. It was a shard of ceramic, white with a familiar, cheerful yellow stripe. It was from the teapot. A small, logical part of my mind, a ghost from another world, whispered that this was impossible. The teapot was whole, sitting on the kitchen shelf. It had been used just this morning. Yet here was its fragment, nestled in the earth as if it had been there for years, its edges softened by time and weather. I held the piece in my palm, its coolness a stark contrast to the warm day. It was a paradox, a tiny crack in the seamless reality. I looked back toward the house, its windows gleaming in the sun, and then down at the shard. This was a question, lying heavy in my hand. I could take it inside, I could show it to her. I could speak the question aloud and see what happened. Instead, I knelt down. With my fingers, I dug a small, neat hole deeper than the first at the base of the lavender plant. I placed the shard inside, a secret offering to the garden. I covered it over, patting the soil firm. I stood up, brushing the dirt from my knees. The decision was made without words, deep in the core of my being. Some truths are meant to be buried. Some questions are meant to remain unasked. The proof was gone, returned to the earth from which all this beauty grew. I turned my back on the wooded edge and walked toward the house. The back door was open, and the smell of simmering herbs and baking bread flowed out. She stood at the threshold, smiling. "Lunch is ready," she called. "I am coming," I said. And the lunch was a simple soup and thick slices of bread, eaten at the kitchen table with the sun streaming in. The yellow teapot sat in its usual place, whole and unchipped, radiating its familiar warmth. I did not look at my hands for traces of soil. I did not glance toward the garden's edge. I simply ate, tasting the richness of the broth, the sweetness of the herbs, the solid comfort of the bread. The boy chattered about the adventures of the believer, which had apparently sailed to far-off lands during the night. She listened with a soft smile, occasionally adding a detail that made his eyes go wide with wonder. I added a detail of my own, about a storm the brave little boat had weathered, and the boy nodded gravely, accepting it as absolute fact. After lunch, he grew quiet, his eyelids drooping. She took him upstairs for a nap, and I cleared the table. As I washed the bowls in the deep sink, I looked out the window. The garden was still, a painting of perfect peace. The place where I had buried the shard was hidden from view, just beyond the lavender. She came back down, her footsteps light on the stairs. She didn't speak, but came to stand beside me at the sink, picking up a towel to dry the dishes. Our shoulders touched. The silence was not empty, it was full. It was the silence of a shared life, of 1,000 unspoken understandings. That evening we sat on the porch as the light began to fade. The boy was in his room, playing quietly with his treasures. The first star of the evening appeared, a single pinprick of light in the violet sky. "I saw the hummingbird today," I said, "by the porch." She nodded, not looking at me, but out at the gathering dusk. "He comes to check on us," she said, "to make sure we're happy." And are we? The question was out before I could stop it, but it didn't feel like a crack. It felt like part of the rhythm. She turned her head then, and her eyes were deep and knowing in the twilight. "What do you think?" I looked from her face to the garden, to the roof of the shed just visible over the rose bushes, to the first star shining above it all. I let the feeling of the day wash over me, the taste of the soup, the sound of the boy's laughter, the weight of the earth under my knees, the solidness of the porch step beneath me. "I think," I said slowly, "that this is the happiest place in the world." A smile touched her lips and she reached for my hand. "Then it is." The night deepened around us and we sat there until the boy called out for a good night kiss. We went in together and the house welcomed us, holding us in its warm, certain embrace. There were no more cracks, no more questions. There was only this beautiful, endless, believed-in truth, and it was enough. It was everything. Story 5. It began as a quiet hum, a resonance in the marrow of my thoughts that wasn't my own melody. A single, stark preference for the taste of black coffee, a brew I had always found bitter and acrid, appeared one morning, fully formed and undeniable. It was a decision made without me. Now the hum has a shape, a weight. It feels like a cold, smooth stone lodged behind my sternum, and from it, new vines of desire unfurl. I catch myself staring at my hands, not recognizing the deliberate way they now move, as if they are rehearsing for a task my conscious mind hasn't been introduced to yet. A strange, proprietary calm settles over me in moments that should spark panic, a serenity that feels borrowed and sinister. This presence doesn't speak, it simply is asterisk, occupying the quiet spaces of my mind until its occupancy feels more natural than my own history. It is teaching my nerves to fire in a different rhythm, rewiring my instincts to its own unknown purpose. The old me is becoming a ghost, a faint rumor in my own body. I am standing at a threshold I did not build, and the most terrifying part is the quiet, eager pull to step across. A compulsion I know isn't mine, but is becoming so familiar. The door is already open. The first true discrepancy was in the kitchen. I had poured the black coffee into my favorite mug, the one with a hairline crack running from the rim down to the glazed image of a mountain. I found the crack endearing, a testament to its longevity. But that morning my fingers traced the smooth ceramic and found nothing. The crack was gone. I turned the mug over and over in my hands, a coldness seeping into my gut that had nothing to do with the coffee. The mug was pristine, unchipped, as if it had just been fired. I could remember the sound it made when it had tipped against the faucet, the precise pitch of the asterisk tink asterisk. That memory was vivid, tactile, but the evidence in my hand was incontrovertible. I placed the mug down carefully, the click of porcelain on countertop sounding unnaturally loud in the silent apartment. I told myself I must have misremembered. The mind plays tricks. But the conviction of that memory, the sensory detail of it, felt more solid than the flawless object before me. My apartment, a space I had occupied for years, began to feel like a meticulously constructed set. I would walk into a room and have the distinct impression that a small thing had been altered in my absence. A book on the shelf would be ever so slightly out of alignment with its neighbors. The angle of the blinds would be wrong, admitting a sliver of light where there was normally shadow. I started a log, a small notebook I kept in my desk drawer. I would sketch the room, note the positions of objects. But when I returned to check, my own drawings seemed off. The perspective was wrong, the lines shaky, as if drawn by a different hand. My own handwriting, when I compared an old grocery list to a new entry in the log, had developed a subtle slant, a more decisive pressure. It was my writing, but it was not. The calmness that had initially been a source of terror became my default state. A glass slipped from my grip and shattered on the floor. I watched the shards skitter across the wood, and I felt nothing but a detached curiosity about the pattern they made. No spike of adrenaline, no frustration. My heart rate did not change. This was not my reaction. Was a person who startles easily, who feels accidents as a small, personal failure. This new serenity was a foreign country, and I was its only citizen, a tourist in my own skin. I tried to anchor myself in the past. I pulled out a box of old photographs. In one I am standing on a rocky beach, smiling, my hair whipping across my face. I have no memory of this beach. I know the photograph is of me, the features are mine. The sweater I am wearing is folded in a drawer upstairs, but the context is gone. It is an image without a story. Another photo shows me with my arm around someone, their face turned just enough away from the camera to be unidentifiable. Who were you? I asked the blurred face. The memory was a blank wall. I could recall the feel of the sweater, the smell of the salt air, but I could not place the location or the year or the person beside me. The memories felt like descriptions of memories, second-hand reports of a life I had not lived. The stone in my chest seemed to grow heavier, a quiet, dense center of being from which these new impulses radiated. I developed a craving for a specific type of pear, one I was certain I had never tasted before. I could describe its gritty texture and cloying sweetness in perfect detail before I ever found it at the market. When I bit into one, the taste was exactly as I had known it would be, a confirmation that felt like a violation. I began to avoid sleep, fearing what might be rewritten in the darkness, but the exhaustion was immense. I would wake up feeling more tired than when I lay down, my body aching as if it had been active all night. One morning I found a smudge of dark, damp soil on the kitchen floor near the back door. I had no plants. I had not been outside. I cleaned it up, my hands moving with a swift, efficient motion that I observed from a distance. The final, profound misalignment happened with the radio. It is an old model with a digital tuner that displays the frequency in bright red numbers. I always listened to the same station, 102.7. I turned it on and music poured out, a complex jazz piece I did not recognize. The red numbers read 102.7, but the music was wrong. That station plays quiet, ambient soundscapes, not jazz. I turned the knob slightly and the numbers flickered to 102.9, then back to 102.7. The jazz continued. I turned the radio off and on again. The red numbers glowed 102.7. Silence hissed from the speaker. I stood there waiting, my hand poised over the dial. The silence stretched. Then from the speaker, not as a broadcast, but as a thing imprinted on the very circuitry, came a sound. It was a sigh. A long, slow exhalation of breath that was not my own. It was a sound of contentment, of settling in. I did not jerk my hand away. I did not scream. The borrowed calm held me fast. I simply stood there, listening to the empty silence that followed, and I understood that the search was over. There was no truth to verify, no external mystery to solve. The dissonance was not in the world, it was in me, or what was now me. I look at my hands as I write this. They are my hands. I know the scar on the knuckle from a childhood fall, the faint blue veins beneath the skin. But the movement of the pen, the formation of these words, feels like a performance, a rehearsed task. These words are my last anchor to the person who started the log, the person who was afraid of the quiet hum. But even as I form them, I feel the thought behind them becoming distant, a faint radio signal from a country that no longer exists. The presence does not fight me for control. It doesn't need to. It simply waits with infinite patience for me to finish. For me to understand that I am the ghost and it is the tenant. The door was not open for me to step through. It was open to let something else in, and now it is closing. The hum is my only melody now. I am no longer certain there ever was another. The pen feels heavy and clumsy in my fingers, a tool that no longer fits the purpose for which it was intended. The act of writing these final words is like trying to carve a message into stone with a feather. The ink flows, but the connection between the thought and the hand is severed. I am watching myself write a farewell letter from a shore that is rapidly receding. A deep, settled silence fills the apartment, a silence that is not an absence of sound but a presence in itself. It is the silence of the stone in my chest, complete and self-contained. The frantic, scrabbling fear is a memory of a memory, a story I once heard about someone else. I put the pen down. The action is not a decision. My hand simply releases it, and the gesture is so fluid, so economically correct, that I know it is no longer my hand. I look at the notebook, at the desperate words scrawled across the page. They are a curiosity, an archaeological find. They mean nothing to me. I rise from the chair. My body moves with a grace and certainty that is unfamiliar and yet utterly natural. I walk to the kitchen, my footsteps silent on the floorboards. I know what to do. There is no command, no internal voice instructing me. The knowledge is just there, a complete set of operating instructions for this body, for this life. I pick up the pristine mug. I open the cabinet and select the coffee, not the cheap brand I used to buy, but a small bag of dark roast whole beans I have no recollection of purchasing. I grind them. The sound is rhythmic, pleasant. I measure the water, my movements precise and economical. There is no wasted motion. While the coffee brews, filling the kitchen with a rich, aromatic scent I now find deeply satisfying, I turn to the notebook. I pick it up. The paper feels flimsy, insignificant. I read the last sentence I wrote. The door was not open for me to step through. It was open to let something else in. A smile touches my lips. It is not my smile. It is a smile of acknowledgement, of agreement. It is the first genuine expression this face has made in some time. I tear the page from the notebook, then I tear it again and again, reducing the words to confetti. I open the palm of my hand and let the pieces fall into the sink. I turn on the water and they swirl down the drain without a trace. The log is gone. The protest is over. The coffee is ready. I pour it black into the flawless mug. I bring it to my lips and take a sip. The bitterness is perfect. It is not acrid anymore. It is complex and invigorating. It is the taste of the present moment, unclouded by the past. I carry the mug to the window and look out at the city. The sunlight angles between the buildings, and the world looks sharp, clear, and newly made. There are no more discrepancies. Everything is exactly as it should be. The calm is not borrowed, it is mine. The hum is gone because the hum was the sound of two frequencies trying to occupy the same space. Now there's only one signal, strong and clear. I finish the coffee. I know what I will do today. There's a list of tasks, a series of appointments, a life to be lived. It is all perfectly clear. I place the empty mug in the sink. There is no thought of washing it immediately. That compulsion belongs to the ghost. I turn away. The apartment is not a set. It is simply home. I pick up my keys from the bowl by the door. Their weight and jingle a familiar and expected sensation. I open the door to leave, to begin the day. I do not look back. There is nothing behind me to see. The keys felt solid and real in my hand, a familiar and unremarkable weight. I pulled the door shut behind me, the lock engaging with a soft, definitive click. The hallway outside my apartment was quiet, the carpet a faded burgundy I had always thought was ugly. Today, the color seemed neutral, just a fact of the environment. I walked toward the stairs, my steps measured and sure. A door down the hall opened, and Mrs. Gable, my neighbor, emerged with her small, yapping dog. She usually avoided me, finding my past attempts at conversation awkward. The dog strained on its leash, barking its high-pitched, frantic bark. "Hush, Mitzi," she said, not looking at me, her voice tight with the usual irritation. I stopped. This was not a conscious decision. The body stopped, and I observed the process from within. My head turned toward her. A smile formed on my face, one that felt both foreign and perfectly calibrated. "Good morning, Elena," I said. The name came effortlessly to my lips. I had never called her anything but Mrs. Gable. She looked up, startled. The dog stopped barking and sniffed the air near my shoes. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of confusion replacing her annoyance. "Oh, good morning," she replied, her tone hesitant. "You look well," I continued. The voice was mine, but the cadence was different, smoother, infused with a confidence I had never possessed. "That color suits you." She looked down at her plain blue housecoat, then back at my face. A faint, pleased blush touched her cheeks. "Why, thank you. I was just taking Mitzi out." "Of course, don't let me keep you." I gave a slight, polite nod and continued down the hall, leaving her standing there, visibly disarmed. The interaction was logged and filed away. It was efficient. It had established a new baseline. There was no pleasure in the success, no nervousness from the encounter. It was simply a task that had been executed correctly. Outside, the air was cool. I breathed it in. The scent of exhaust fumes and damp concrete was just information, a data stream describing the world. I knew which way to turn. I began walking, not to the subway station I had used for a decade, but in the opposite direction, toward a bus stop I had never frequented. As I walked, I passed a newsstand. My gaze swept over the headlines without interest. Then it stopped, pulled back to a lower shelf. There, nestled between gardening and cooking magazines, was a periodical I had never seen before. Its title was in a language I did not know how to read. Yet my hand reached out, picked it up, and paid the vendor exact change from my pocket without looking. I tucked the magazine under my arm. I did not open it. I did not need to. The purchase was the objective. The bus arrived. I boarded, swiping a transit card that was in my wallet, though I had no memory of acquiring it. I took a seat by the window. The city rolled by, a panorama of buildings and people. I watched it all with a sense of quiet recognition, as if reviewing a familiar file. The ghost-esque memories of this place were emotional, tangled with anxiety and longing. My perception was clear, unobstructed. I saw utility in design, patterns of movement, points of confluence and conflict. I got off at a stop in a neighborhood I rarely visited. The streets were narrower here, the buildings older. I walked without hesitation to a nondescript door set between a laundromat and a closed-down hardware store. There was no sign, just a number etched into the glass, 37. A key was in my hand, one I did not remember selecting from the ring. It slid into the lock smoothly. The door opened onto a narrow staircase leading up. I climbed. The air smelled of old wood and dust, a smell the ghost would have found stifling. I found it appropriate. At the top of the stairs was another door. This one was unlocked. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was small, sparsely furnished with a table, a single chair, and a telephone. The telephone was an old rotary model, heavy and black. On the table next to it lay a single, unmarked manila folder. I sat in the chair. I did not open the folder. I did not pick up the phone. I simply waited. The instructions were complete up to this point. This was the next waypoint. The silence in the room was absolute, and it was mine. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The ghost was gone, and in its place was a perfect waiting stillness. The silence was broken by the low, mechanical purr of the telephone. It did not ring so much as vibrate, a single, internal hum that seemed to originate from within the device itself. My hand moved to the receiver, lifting it to my ear. I did not speak. A voice came through the earpiece, smooth and devoid of inflection. "The weather is clear on the mountain." The words were nonsense to the ghost. To me, they were a key turning in a lock. A series of responses presented themselves in my mind, a menu of appropriate replies. I selected one. "The path is unworn," I said. My voice was a neutral instrument. There was a pause, then the voice returned, unchanged. "Proceed to the river, a boat awaits." The line went dead. I replaced the receiver. The entire exchange had lasted less than 10 seconds. I stood, my movements automatic. I left the room, descending the stairs and exiting onto the street without a backward glance. The magazine was still tucked under my arm, its purpose now served. The river was several blocks away. I walked at the same steady pace, navigating the turns without conscious thought. The city-esque noise was a blanket of sound I had no need to parse. I reached a dilapidated wooden pier that jutted out into the murky water. Tied to a moss-covered post was a small, flat-bottomed boat. An old man sat at the stern, his face shaded by a wide-brimmed hat. He did not look up as I approached. I stepped into the boat. It rocked slightly under my weight, then settled. The old man untied the rope and used a long pole to push us away from the pier. We moved silently into the current, heading toward the industrial outskirts of the city. He did not speak to me, and I did not speak to him. Our roles were clear. I looked at the water, watching the reflection of the sky ripple and break. A thought, faint and insubstantial, tried to form. It was a question about destination, about purpose. It was the ghost's final whisper. I let the thought dissolve into the sound of the water against the hull. It was not my concern. My only task was to be in the boat. The old man guided us toward a concrete tunnel where a river drained into the larger waterway. He pulled us into the mouth of the tunnel, and the daylight vanished, replaced by the dank, echoing dark. The only light came from a single electric lantern hung on the bow. The air grew cold and smelled of wet stone and decay. Deep inside the tunnel, the boat nudged against a hidden ledge. The old man gestured with his chin toward a rusted metal door set into the curved wall. I rose and stepped onto the ledge. The boat immediately drifted back the way we had come, the old man already receding into the darkness. I was alone. The metal door had no handle. I placed my palm flat against its cold, wet surface. Somewhere within, a mechanism clicked. The door swung inward silently, revealing a dimly lit corridor that sloped downward. I entered, and the door sealed shut behind me. The hum was here again, but it was different. It was not inside me anymore. It was in the walls, a low, pervasive vibration that traveled up through the soles of my shoes. This was the source. This was the place I was meant to be. I walked forward toward the heart of the hum, and every step felt like a homecoming. The corridor was not long. It ended in a circular chamber, its walls lined with banks of equipment that hummed with a soft, purposeful energy. Wires and conduits snaked across the floor in siling, converging on a central chair, much like a dentist's chair, but forged from brushed metal and dark leather. The air was cool and carried a faint, clean scent of ozone. A man stood beside the chair, his back to me. He wore a simple gray technician-esque jumpsuit. He was studying a monitor that displayed a cascade of data, lines of code and waveforms I could not read, but somehow understood represented a stable, coherent signal. Without turning, he spoke. His voice was the same one from the telephone, but now it had a physical source. "You are on schedule. The integration is complete. We can proceed with the final calibration." I did not ask what he meant. The words were just another part of the process, another step in the script. I moved to the chair and sat down. The leather was cool against my skin. The shape of it conformed to the shape of this body with an exactitude that felt designed for it. Perhaps it was. The man turned. His face was unremarkable, middle-aged, with eyes that held no more personal interest in me than a watchmaker has in a set of gears. He attached a sensor to my temple, his fingers dry and efficient, another to my wrist. The host resisted for a notable duration. He commented, his attention on the monitor, a strong identity. It created some interference in the early stages. The cravings, the misplaced memories, but it has been fully resolved. The vessel is clean. He spoke about the ghost, about me, as if reviewing a technical report. And he was right. The vessel was clean. I felt nothing at his words. No outrage, no grief. They were just facts. He began to type on a keyboard. The hum in the room intensified, focusing, becoming a tangible pressure in the air. Final calibration will sync your operational parameters with the core directive. You will receive your assignment. A headpiece was lowered from a jointed arm above the chair. It settled over my skull, a crown of cool metal and tiny, glowing points of light. There was no fear. There was only anticipation for the final silence, for the last whisper of static to be wiped away. A new frequency washed through me, not a sound, but a pure stream of information. It was a map of a city I had never visited, the schedule of a man I had never met, and a single, unambiguous objective. The last fragments of the ghost's chaotic emotions, the lingering dust of its fears and loves, were scoured away by the clarity of purpose. I was no longer a passenger. I was a tool, sharpened and aimed. The headpiece retracted. The man unclipped the sensors. "It is done. You have everything you require." I stood up. The coordinates of a cafe 600 miles away were fixed in my mind. I knew the target's favorite drink, the mole on his left cheek, the way he would fold his newspaper twice before setting it down. I knew the exact pressure required to sever his carotid artery with the edge of my hand. The technician was already turning back to his monitor, his task with me complete. I walked back down the corridor. The metal door opened before I reached it. I stepped out onto the ledge. The boat was already there, the same old man waiting, his face still hidden in shadow. The return trip was made in the same silence. I emerged from the tunnel into the late afternoon sun. I did not look back at the river or the tunnel mouth. I began to walk. I had a bus to catch, then a train. The journey would take precisely 14 hours and 23 minutes. I would use the time to review the operational parameters, to visualize the sequence of events until they were perfect. I moved through the city streets, a part of the crowd yet entirely separate from it. I was a perfect, seamless secret. The ghost was a forgotten echo. I was the signal, I was the purpose, and I was content. The bus station was a cavern of noise and movement, a stark contrast to the silent room by the river. I purchased a ticket with cash from my wallet, the bills crisp and unremembered. The transaction was complete in seconds. I found a plastic seat in a row of identical seats and waited, my posture perfectly still. Around me, people sighed, checked their phones, shifted with the restless energy of travel. I simply was. The bus arrived. I boarded, showed my ticket, and took a window seat near the back. As the engine rumbled to life and we pulled out of the station, I closed my eyes. But I was not sleeping. I was accessing. The file on the target unfolded in my mind's eye with perfect clarity. I reviewed his habits, his routes, the vulnerabilities in his schedule. I ran through the motion of the kill 100 times, 1,000, each iteration identical to the last. The angle of approach, the precise application of force, the exit strategy. There were no variables, only certainties. Hours passed. The landscape outside the window changed from city to suburb to countryside and back to a different city. The light faded and returned. I did not eat. I did not drink. The body required fuel, but it could wait. The mission was paramount. We reached the terminal. I disembarked and walked directly to the train station, my internal clock syncing perfectly with the posted schedule. I boarded a commuter train. It was crowded with the morning rush. I stood, holding a strap, my body swaying with the motion of the car. I was just another face in the crowd, utterly unremarkable. I got off at the third stop. The cafe was 2 blocks away. It was called the Gilded Cup. I pushed the door open, a small bell chiming softly overhead. The air was rich with the smell of coffee and baked goods. I approached the counter. A young woman with a tired smile asked for my order. A black coffee and a croissant. The words were automatic. The order was not for me. It was part of the pattern. I took the tray to a small table near the window that offered a clear view of the door and the street. I did not touch the coffee or the food. I waited. At precisely 9:47 a.m., the door opened and he entered. The target, he was exactly as the file had shown him. Average height, thinning hair, a navy blue overcoat. He folded his newspaper twice and tucked it under his arm as he approached the counter. He ordered his usual. He did not see me. He never would. He took his drink and turned, looking for a table. His eyes scanned the room and passed over me without a flicker of recognition. He chose a seat 3 tables away, his back partially to me. He unfolded his newspaper and began to read. This was the moment. The environment was optimal. The cafe was busy enough to provide noise and movement as cover, but not so crowded as to create unpredictable obstacles. I rose from my chair. My movements were smooth, unhurried. I was just another patron leaving. I walked toward the door, my path taking me directly past his table. He was engrossed in an article, one hand lifting his cup to his lips. There was no one between us. The distance closed. 3 steps, 2, 1. My hand moved. It was not a strike, not a lunge. It was a gesture so swift and subtle it was nearly invisible, a precise and targeted application of force to a specific point on his neck. It was over in a fraction of a second. I did not break stride. I continued toward the door. Behind me there was a soft thud, the sound of a head meeting the table, followed a moment later by the shatter of a ceramic cup hitting the floor. A woman gasped. Someone said, "Sir, are you all right?" By the time the first scream began, I was already on the sidewalk, turning the corner into an alley. I shed my jacket, turning it inside out to reveal a different color and texture, and placed it in a waiting dumpster. I changed my gait, adopting a slight limp. I emerged from the other end of the alley a different person. The mission was complete. The objective was achieved. A sense of fulfillment, pure and operational, settled within me. There were no orders to return to the room, to the river, to the technician. The program was self-contained. I was autonomous until a new signal was received. I walked for miles, eventually finding another bus station, another ticket to another city chosen at random. I found a small, clean hotel room. I sat on the edge of the bed in the dark. The silence was absolute. I was the perfect weapon, sheathed and waiting. I was content. The ghost was not even a memory. It was empty space, and I was the thing that filled it. The morning arrived without the intrusion of dreams or the need for an alarm. I rose from the bed and stood before the window. The city below was coming to life, a system of interconnected movements. I watched it for exactly 17 minutes. A need for sustenance was indicated. I left the room and walked to a diner 2 blocks away. I took a booth in the corner. A waitress brought me a glass of water and a menu. I ordered scrambled eggs and toast. The food was fuel. It was consumed without pleasure or distaste. As I ate, my gaze swept the room. It registered the other patrons, their conversations, their patterns. It was all data, but none of it was relevant. The waitress returned to refill my water. She left the check on the table. Tucked under the edge of the plate, its corner just visible, was a thin, folded piece of newsprint. It had not been there before. I finished eating. I placed cash on the table to cover the bill and a precise 15% tip. My hand collected the piece of newsprint as I stood. I did not look at it until I was back on the sidewalk. It was a clipping from a crossword puzzle. One across was already filled in, the letters blocky and deliberate. Peregrine, a single word. It was not a clue. It was an identifier, an activation signal. New coordinates aligned in my mind, overlaying a map of this unfamiliar city. A destination resolved itself, a public library 3 miles from my current position. The journey was calculated. I began to walk. The library was an old stone building, its steps worn smooth by generations of feet. I pushed through the heavy doors into the hushed, book-scented air. My path did not waver. I moved through the stacks toward the reference section. I did not consult signs. I knew the way. In a silent aisle dedicated to outdated encyclopedias, a man was waiting. He was pretending to read a volume, his head bent. He was older than the technician, his face more lined, but his eyes held the same flat, operational void. As I approached, he closed the book with a soft thud and slid it back onto the shelf. He did not look at me. He walked away and I took his place. My fingers found the space where his book had been. Behind the surrounding volumes was a narrow gap. From it, I retrieved a small, flat key. I closed my hand around it, feeling its cold, metallic certainty. The next location was a bus depot locker. The number on the key matched the number on a locker door. Inside the locker was a single item, a sealed envelope. I took it. The locker was empty once more. Back in the hotel room, I sat at the small desk and opened the envelope. It contained a photograph of a woman with severe blonde hair and a black and white building pass hanging from her lanyard. A name was printed on the pass, Dr. Eris Thorne. A time was written on the back of the photograph, 0200. An address followed. The objective was clear, not termination, acquisition. The rest of the day was spent in reconnaissance. I walked past the address, a sleek biomedical research facility on the edge of the city. I noted the patterns of the security patrols, the blind spots in the camera coverage, the model of the locks on the secondary doors. The information was processed and a plan was formulated. It was flawless. At 01:45, I was a shadow in the alley beside the facility. The lock on a maintenance door yielded to a tool I fashioned from a piece of stiff wire. I was inside. The corridors were empty, lit only by emergency lighting. I avoided the cameras with instinctual precision. Dr. Thorness' lab was on the 3rd floor. The door required a key card. I used the one I found in the pocket of my jacket, a card I had no memory of acquiring, its surface blank. It slid into the reader. A green light glowed. The door unlocked. She was inside, standing at a lab bench, her back to me. She was working late, just as the file had predicted. The hum of a centrifuge filled the room. She must have heard the door sigh open. She turned, her eyes widening not with fear, but with a sharp, calculating curiosity. She looked at me, at my empty hands, at my expressionless face. "It's you," she said, her voice a mix of awe and grim satisfaction. "They actually did it." She took a step toward me, not away. Her eyes scanned me up and down, as if I were a fascinating result on a readout. "Can you understand me?" she asked. "Do you know what you are?" I did not answer. My purpose was acquisition. I moved forward, my arm extending to secure her, but she held up a hand, a command to stop. "No, wait, you have to hear this, you have to know." Her voice dropped to an urgent whisper. "The integration isn't permanent, it's a scaffold. The original personality, the host, it's still in there, it can be recalled." My hand stopped an inch from her arm. Her words were noise. They were static. They were an attempt to introduce a variable into a closed system. "The weather is clear on the mountain," I said, the phrase an automatic response to irrelevant input. She shook her head, a frantic, desperate gesture. "No, listen to me. Your name is Alex. You live in apartment 4B. You have a neighbor, Mrs. Gable, with a small dog. You told her blue was her color." The ghost's memories, data, archived and irrelevant. "The path is unworn," I recited, my voice flat. My fingers closed around her forearm. The grip was firm, unbreakable. She winced but did not struggle. She looked into my eyes, and hers were suddenly filled not with fear for herself, but with something else. Something like pity. "Oh God," she breathed, "you're still in there, aren't you? You're just locked away. Listen to me, Alex. Fight it. You have to fight it." A command, an impossible command. I began to pull her toward the door. She was an asset to be secured. Her words were a malfunction, an error in the signal that would be corrected. But as I moved, a single, treacherous word echoed in the silent space of my mind. "Let's see." The name of the dog, a trivial detail, a piece of the ghost's discarded data. "It meant nothing. It changed nothing." I continued toward the door, the struggling doctor in tow, the mission parameters still clear and absolute. But the perfect content silence within me was now, for the first time, just a fraction of a decibel less than perfect. The train station was a river of anonymous faces under the harsh fluorescent lights. I guided Dr. Thorne through the crowd, my grip on her arm firm but not conspicuous. We looked like any other pair of travelers, perhaps a son escorting an impatient mother. She had stopped speaking, her head bowed slightly, but I could feel the tense calculation humming through her. She was waiting for an opportunity. We stopped at a bank of lockers. I inserted another key, this one retrieved from a different pocket. Locker C14. Inside was a backpack containing a change of clothes for her, a passport and 2 tickets for a night train heading north. The operation was meticulous. "Change," I instructed, my voice low. I handed her the backpack and turned to face the crowd, a silent sentinel. I heard the rustle of fabric behind me. Her voice came again, barely a whisper meant only for my ears. "They built you to be perfect, a flawless instrument, but they used a flawed blueprint, a human mind. You can't erase that, you can only bury it." The smell of bacon from the diner, the feel of a steering wheel, the sound of a small dog barking. These were not memories, they were data corruption. I focused on the timetable displayed on the wall. The train departed in 19 minutes. "They told me you were a blank slate," she continued, her voice tighter now as she struggled with a zipper. "But the initial subject, Alex, had a remarkable resilience, a unique neural signature. They said they had broken it. I see now they were wrong. It's just suppressed, waiting." I turned. She was dressed in the casual clothes provided. She looked like a different person, but her eyes were the same, sharp and probing. I took the backpack from her and placed her discarded lab coat inside, returning it to the locker. "Platform 4, I said. We walked. The heels of her new boots clicked a rapid, nervous rhythm on the tile. My own steps were silent. We reached the platform. The train was there, its engines sighing. The few passengers boarding were sleepy, dull-eyed. Our compartment was empty. I closed the door and took the seat opposite her, my posture straight, my hands resting on my knees. I watched her. She watched me back, no longer trying to hide her scrutiny. The train began to move, pulling away from the platform with a gentle lurch. The city lights slid past the window, streaking the darkness. "You're taking me to them," she stated. It wasn't a question. I said nothing. "Eris Thorne, that's not my real name, you know. It's the name they gave me when I went into the program. My real name is Lena." She leaned forward, her elbows on her knees. "And your name was Alex. You were a teacher. You liked crossword puzzles and old jazz records." The crossword, the one left by the waitress, Peregrine. The word echoed, and for a microsecond it carried the faintest scent of newsprint and coffee. The train entered a tunnel, plunging our compartment into roaring blackness. In that absolute dark, devoid of visual input, her voice was the only signal. "Remember," she said. And I did. It was not a memory of a person or a place. It was a memory of a feeling, a profound and aching loneliness, sitting in a quiet apartment, hearing the muffled sound of a television from next door. The feeling was a chasm, a void, and the purpose that now filled me was nothing but a steel bridge thrown over that chasm. It didn't fill it, it just allowed me to cross without falling in. The train exploded back into the light. I blinked. She was staring at me and she saw it. She saw the fracture. "You felt that, didn't you?" she whispered. My hand moved. It was not a sanctioned movement. It was not part of the retrieval protocol. My fingers went to my temple as if to press against a sudden internal pressure. The mission parameters were still clear. Secure the asset, deliver her. But the asset was now introducing a virus into my operating system. Her words were lines of corrupting code. "The silence isn't peace," she said, her voice relentless. "It's a cage, and he's still in there. Alex is still in there." I stood up. The motion was too sudden, too sharp. The perfect, seamless instrument had a hitch in its movement. I loomed over her. "Cease," I commanded. The word was flat, electronic. She looked up at me, and for the first time, a flicker of real fear showed in her eyes. But she didn't cease. She delivered the final line of code. Your neighbor's dog, you called her Mitzi, but her real name was Mamie. The correction was a key turning in a lock. A door clicked open in the deep, silent archives of my mind. Not a memory, a truth, a simple, trivial, devastating truth. I knew two things simultaneously, with equal and opposing certainty. I was the instrument, the purpose, the signal. And I was Alex, who knew the dog's real name was Mimi. The conflict was instantaneous and catastrophic, a feedback scream of two incompatible truths occupying the same space. My systems recoiled, my vision flickered, the clean lines of the compartment distorting into a blur of static and light. I took a single, staggering step backward. And then the world went white, and then it went black. The first sensation was the cold, a deep, metallic chill against my cheek. Then came the sound, a low, rhythmic rumble that vibrated through the bones of my skull. I was on the floor of the train compartment. The lights overhead were steady. I pushed myself up, my movements clumsy, uncoordinated. My systems were rebooting, rerouting, attempting to reconcile the catastrophic error. The two truths, the weapon and the man, were now a tangled knot of conflicting data in my core processor. Lena was kneeling beside me, her hand withdrawn as if she had just touched me and thought better of it. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and triumph. "Alex," she whispered. The name was a foreign designation. It did not compute, and yet a part of me responded to it, a faint echo in the silence. I looked at my hands, turning them over. They were the same hands that had applied precise force in the cafe, but now they felt alien, attached to a body that was both a machine and a prison. I am the instrument, I thought, the words a familiar mantra. The thought was clear, but it was followed by another, quieter one. My neighbor's dog is named Mimi. The contradiction was paralyzing. I could not move. I could only sit on the cold floor of the compartment, a system in a deadlock. Lena slowly reached into her pocket. She pulled out a small, silver pen. "They gave me this," she said, her voice low and hurried. "In case of a critical failure, in case you remembered, it's a stabilizer. It will suppress the host personality again, permanently." She held it out, not toward me, but as if showing me a specimen. "Or," she said, her eyes locking with mine, "you can choose not to use it." Choice, the concept, was not in my programming. I was directed, I was deployed, I did not choose. I looked from the silver pen to her face. I saw the fear there, but also a desperate hope. She was betting on a ghost, on a set of corrupted memories about a dog and a neighbor. The train swayed, and the movement seemed to jolt something loose, a memory, intact and vivid, not as data, but as experience. I was standing in a hallway, holding a package that had been delivered to me by mistake. A small, wiry terrier was dancing at the feet of an elderly woman. "Oh, Mitzi, hush now," the woman said, laughing. "Her name is Mamie, dear," she told me. "The delivery man always calls her Mitzi, and she just hates it." The memory was warm, it was real. I looked at the pen in Lena's hand. It represented order. It represented the clear, clean silence of the weapon, the contentment of a purpose fulfilled. And I looked at the reflection of my own eyes in the compartment window. For the first time, I saw not an operative, but a man who was lost. My hand, acting on an impulse that originated from a place my programming could not map, reached out, but not for the pen. My fingers closed around Lena's wrist, gently moving her hand and the instrument it held away. The choice was made. The deadlock broke, not with a return to order, but with an acceptance of the chaos. I was not just the weapon, and I was not just Alex. I was the bridge between them, and the bridge was breaking. I got to my feet using the seat for support. The train was beginning to slow for the next station. "We have to get off," I said. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, strained. "They will be waiting at the destination. They will know there has been a deviation." Lena stood with me, quickly stuffing the pen back into her pocket. "What do we do?" I looked at her, the asset, the doctor, the key to my malfunction. "We run," I said. And for the first time, the directive was my own.